welcome or welcome back to the Grown Girl Tarot. Today I have with you another reading, which is how does the universe show you love? I personally feel that the universe has so many special and interesting ways to reflect the love back to us, and its way of showing us, the kinds of love that the universe wants to reflect back to us. And I know that it can be very unexpected and surprising as well. Like, seriously, it can be through an animal, it can be through, even like a TV show as well, which is kind of just kind of silly if you think about it, but I just find it to be very interesting. It can show you signs and synchronicities everywhere. It can be through, the wind, through the sun shining on you, even through a stranger, showing you love, smiling at you. Like, anything is just possible. It's just things you can't imagine, and only our mind is the one that is restrictive. Only our limiting beliefs that is the one stopping us from imagining what can be true in the physical reality, isn't it? And sometimes it can be like a lightning strike, honestly, for a lot of us. I personally experienced it from different people, from my spirit guides when I pray for things to come true. And sometimes it might come quickly, and sometimes it might come after a few years, right? But I trust and I know that, this wish or this prayer is being heard by spirit and the universe, and I personally have faith in it, and there are so many objects, and even nature herself can provide us with so many blessings that we might not even recognize it, honestly. And I really, really hope that through this reading, right, you can see the love that the universe and any other unconditionally loving forces wishes to provide for you. Or you might already, recognize it. You might already receive it, but you miss out in your daily life. Maybe you might not even see it happening, or you might take it for granted at times, right? Sometimes. And this is not to shame you or put you in judgment mode. Like, I personally take it for granted a lot of the times, and this is why it's very important for us to be grateful. It's important for us to have gratitude for what we already have. And I really hope that through this reading, right, we can recognize it more and feel so deeply loved and blessed every single day, right? Especially the days where we just might feel down. Some days might feel more challenging and intense than others, and I really hope that through this reading it can give you some sort of comfort, and to allow you to recognize actually how blessed you already are. Okay, so we will not be doing any energy check for this reading. At first I wanted to, but I kind of asked Spirit for the confirmation, and Spirit didn't want me to do, and because it doesn't want me to limit the people that are watching this video. And I trust that the universe loves us all unconditionally. It doesn't have to be fixed, right? It doesn't have to be, oh, you resonate with this energy check, then you can listen to this reading. Or those that don't resonate with this energy check, then you can't listen to this reading. I don't want to limit myself and limit the amount of people that are going to come through this reading. So yeah, I will leave it up to what needs to come through. Okay, so yeah, you have your answer. So firstly, what we will do is we will start with how does the universe show you love with 3 tarot cards. And secondly, I want to ask, how can you actually open up to the love the universe has for you? And I'll be taking 1 tarot and 1 oracle. And thirdly, we are going to be looking at what are you ready to release to receive the love that the universe has for you. And lastly, we'll be using the Keepers of the Light oracle to see which are gods, goddesses, angels, archangels, ascended masters, do they have any final messages for you? I'll just be taking a card and I'll be reading from the guidebook. Okay, so that's the outline of the entire reading that's going to happen today. So we have 3 cards for you to choose from left to right, and you can see which image or just the entire energy and vibe that you get from these cards. You can see which one or ones you are drawn to the most, but you can pick more than one. Of course, there is no limit here, and maybe the universe has a lot of love that it wants to provide for you, right? And always listen to your intuition for answer. I'm sure you can take responsibility for yourself and what you want to listen. Always trust your intuition above anybody, above anything else. Okay, so the first card we have The universe is in love with how beautiful and radiant you are. Secondly, we have rest. You need some sleep. And thirdly, we have nature is your friend. Be one with nature and find yourself becoming at peace. So do pick which one or ones you are drawn to the most, and I will see you in your reading. Okay, I'll see you there. Hi, welcome back, pile number 1. If this is the image that you picked, then this is going to be your reading for today. As some of you might just skip the intro, I'm going to explain it again. And for those that came from the intro, thank you so much, and for having so much patience with me. And please bear with me while I repeat this message. So I will not be doing any energy checks for this reading, simply because Spirit didn't want me to limit the people watching this. You don't have to resonate with the energy check in order for you to watch this reading. So I don't want to place any limits or restrictions on this, right? It's kind of like our mind, our ego is the one that needs that, but doesn't want to have any limits and restrictions. So here I am. I'm not going to be doing any energy check for this reading. I hope that this is clear. Okay. And I'm very excited to be reading this message for you. So if you would like to know what goes in this reading, if you would like to know the outline, please check out the intro. Thank you for being here and for sharing your energy with me, and I really hope that this reading is going to resonate. So yeah, and when you do listen to this reading, okay, maybe you yourself have experienced the love that the divine has for you in your daily life and every single day. And I need to put like a special note here, is that please don't just limit it to a person giving you love, okay? And please don't just think that, oh, I only want to receive love from people in general. No. Love can happen in so many ways, so many forms, right? It doesn't just have to be through a person that you need to receive the love from. Sometimes it doesn't have to be. Sometimes it can be from our body, it can be from our senses, it can be the voices that we hear in our head that are loving, right? It can be anything, basically. Okay? And or maybe you think that you have never received any love before and you might question that. Please don't. Okay, this is just my personal opinion. I personally believe that we have been blessed by the divine in some sort of way, maybe in situations, in environments that we have yet to recognize, all right? Or maybe that we take it for granted, which I mentioned, right? Which there is no shame, absolutely there is no shame. Okay, this is why being grateful is so important, right? To be able to list out what we have already received in our lives is so important for us to open ourselves up so much more. Okay, and also know that you will receive it. You will receive the love that you are meant to be receiving. You will receive the love that you desire, but please don't just limit to one thing or the other. Please don't. Okay, if you open yourself up more, I'm sure the universe has all sorts of ways, to show you and reflect the love back to you. Okay, if you still think that this has nothing to do with you, that this reading has nothing to do with like, oh, I never received what you have mentioned, oh, this message is not for me, then sure, listen to your intuition, listen to yourself. If I mean, this is a collective and a general reading. I'm not going to take responsibility for you, right? And you can check out other piles, or you can check out my other readings, or you can check out other tarot readers out there that might resonate for you more. Okay, and you are a mature adult listening to this reading. I'm sure you can take responsibility for yourself and to be very discerning with what you take from this reading. Okay, please know that this is a general reading, and not everything is going to resonate. Not everything is going to. You have the free will to step out of this reading. Always listen with responsibility. All right, now I've put this straight and clear now, because I want you to be able to, to be very discerning with the energies that you allow into your life. Okay, so thank you so much. Now let's get started with the reading. I'm going to put this aside, and yeah, we have 3 tarot cards. Whew. Firstly, we have the Hierophant. Secondly, we have the Nine of Pentacles in the reverse. Thirdly, we have the Queen of Wands. Beautiful. What a beautiful energy, Paul number one. Ah. So, how does the universe show you love? The universe shows you love by you being open and unapologetically yourself. So if you have still been stuck, or you have still been not been really willing to put yourself out there and to allow yourself to be seen, to be heard, to be understood, then the love that you want to receive, right? Because I believe that what you want to receive, the kind of love that you want, or how does the universe show you love, it comes from a community of people. It comes from people that resonate with you. It comes from like-minded souls. But you might not be able to allow yourself to receive it because of the limiting beliefs that you might have, or because of some sort of, I'm getting, some of you here might have the tendency to want instant gratification, is what I'm getting, right? Because I can see that you are somebody that naturally has this sort of bright light and bright aura in you. It's like people notice you wherever you go, right? You kind of have this tendency to attract what you need at the right time. But if you are keeping yourself stuck, if you are keeping yourself isolated and alone, not sharing yourself, not openly being the person that you are, right? You are not able to receive the kind of love that you've always desired. Because how does the universe show you love? It shows you through like-minded people. It shows you through the kind of positivity that you have impacted other people's lives. Because I can see that you are somebody that is incredibly nurturing. You are somebody that is incredibly uplifting. You bring a lot of optimism. You bring a lot of light into other people's lives, and you might not even recognize your own impact. You might not even recognize the impact that you have on others, because maybe other people have not told you before, or they might take you for granted, or they might not ever compliment you and admire you. They might just, be in this quiet corner, and they might look at you and stare at you, but they might not say anything. But please know that just because these people doesn't say anything, it doesn't mean that the love that you desire or the love that you require will not come to you. It might mean that maybe these people, I'm getting this message is that because you already are this bright star, you are somebody that shines very brightly, and they think that you already know who you really are, right? You have this very confident aura in you. This is why they think that you already know, and they think that you don't need any more compliments anymore, because these are just very surface level things that you don't even need it, or you don't even want it, is the message that I'm getting. So yeah, how does the universe show you love? Is really through different types of people that you meet in your life, right? It's the people that you collaborate with, it's the people that you partner up with, right? It's the not only just through love and relationships, like through a person, it can be, right? But also through you being in different communities, you being in different institutions, even, there's some sort of some place where you can educate other people. So like public speaking could be very significant. You could be somebody that loves to fight for injustice, is also what I'm getting. You are somebody that has a strong moral code. You are somebody that has a strong sense of integrity, and you follow your own rules, and these rules are deemed by you. And obviously, these rules are what is necessary for you to have a strong sense of integrity. It's not something that is like, I want to manipulate other people, therefore I manipulate other people. No, it's not about that. It's about you really wanting to inspire and change the world through, being your own authentic essence, or through what you share out there with the world as well. right? So how does the universe really show you? Like, really reflects the kind of inspiration that you are to other people. Not everybody is going to, say the same things about you, but there will be some sort of compliments, or people might offer you some sort of partnership, in order to reflect the kind of self-worth and the kind of self-value that you have for yourself. Okay? This is a very interesting energy is what I'm getting, because I don't know, I'm getting somebody who has a very strong mysterious aura, somebody who doesn't like to be seen, somebody who likes to be hidden in some sort of sense. Maybe you could be somebody that works behind the scenes. You don't like to show your face. You don't really like to express yourself in unconventional ways. Maybe you're just afraid of people judging you and all, but you are meant to shine in a crowd. You're not meant to fit in, pile number one. And that's the thing, because you are so afraid of the judgments, the gaze that other people might have for you, and sometimes you might just miss out on the love that the universe wants to reflect it back to you, because through your authentic essence, through your aura, you are going to trigger some people. There is no denying of that. You are going to trigger some people, but more than that, you are going to inspire so many people, because you are such a bright light to be around, right? Just like this card, the universe is in love with how beautiful and radiant you are. You are like the sun. You shine. Wherever you go, you're not meant to fit in. I'm thinking about somebody who is just like this odd one out, this black sheep in a crowd full of so many people. And this is not to diminish these people, right? It's just you are not meant to fit in. You are meant to stand out from the crowd. And this could be one of the reasons why you might not really get the love that the universe wants to show to you, because you are not allowing yourself to be seen. You are not allowing yourself to express yourself unapologetically. You are not allowing, this wild, this sensual, this passionate side of you out. You might be hiding in the crowds because you don't want to be seen. Maybe you just be like, oh, I just want to fit in, I just want to belong. Please don't hurt me. Please don't come close to me. You might be in this energy. And the universe is saying that once you really start stepping into your power, once you start stepping into the bright light that you are, oh my goodness, the amount of inspiration that you're going to receive is more than the people that it's more than the ones that the ones that you're going to inspire, and the ones that are going to be blessed by your essence, your energy, are going to be more than the ones that are going to be triggered by you. And you have nothing to be afraid of that. And I'm getting just a lot of you might be very sensitive, right? You could be very sensitive to energies, be sensitive to auras, and just people's non-verbal language in general. And I get it. I know how difficult that is. I know how it is to be very different from the people that you are with, or that in a community where you just shine through. I want to give this example when I'm overseas, right? Let's say when you're traveling, you like to dress yourself up. You like to dress in a very bold way, in a very unconventional way. But for some sort of reason, there is no one dressing up like you. And you might get scared. You might be like, oh, there is nobody that dresses like me. How can I be safe to dress however I want? Because I'm going to get judged for dressing up so boldly. I'm going to get criticized for it. That is because there is nobody like you. Pile 1, there is nobody like you. Right? Maybe there are millions of you, but they are in different communities. They are in different countries, right? They are not supposed, it's not to say they are not supposed, but you will find them. But I'm getting it's just the people that you are meant to serve, the people that you are meant to receive the kind of love, they are very different from you, right? These are the people that you inspire. These are the people that are blessed by your presence. Because you are such a, you have so much warmth, you have so much care, you have so much grace to give to others, just through you just standing there not doing anything. You just attract attention, and I'm also getting you attract jealousy as well in others, because you evoke something in them, because they might think that, oh, why is this person getting so many attention when they are just doing nothing? Because that is it. And this is not to say that you are not attractive, you are not magnetic, you are. But your energy, right, and as well as your gaze, is what I'm getting, is very strong and very firm, and it can really have this strong intensity. Scorpio, you could be somebody who has strong Scorpio energy, right? Or that people might not be able to maintain eye contact with you, because that is how intense your energy is. And not intense in like a bad way, intense in a way where there is like a double-edged sword in everything, right? And once you know how to use it properly, you will be able to cut through any bullshit that you don't want, that you can see through. So how does the universe show you love? It really shows you through how you put yourself out there, right? The amount of authenticity that you embody in you, the amount of essence that you carry, because that is what is going to attract other people. And once they, it's like the Queen of Wands is just somebody who is naturally very magnetic, right? Somebody who gains a lot of attention wherever they go. I'm seeing this scene, I don't know what movie that is, but it's this, I don't know what's her name, it's just something random I saw on Instagram, and this woman, she's like smoking, and there are like a bunch of people wanting to light up the cigarette for her. That is your energy. That is how powerful it is. It's like people are intimidated by you, but at the same time they are more in awe of you. Because no matter where you go, pal number one, I can assure you that you shine wherever you go. You can't hide this bright light. You can't. The universe shows it through, people staring at you, right? People asking you questions, people getting curious about you, people getting curious about what's underneath you, because there are depths to you. There are. They get curious about who you are. They get curious about how you think about certain things, because you definitely do have a very different mindset, even though the Hierophant is in the upright here. But I'm also getting somebody who is meant to change the world. It's like you're meant to break traditions. You're meant to break the matrix, so to speak. You're meant to break what has been hidden underneath, right? The truth that needs to be resurfaced. You break all of these things. That is because you induce a lot of fear in other people that they refuse to face, the shadows that it has been buried underneath for so long. You shine a light on it. You shine a light on all of these shadows, and this is why you're meant to be an inspiration. You are meant to change other people's way of thinking. The Hierophant here. The Hierophant is somebody who has a very strong presence, right? We can see there are two people here, because they know what you have to offer. They know that what you offer is not just surface level mindset. It's something that is hidden underneath that many of us want to uncover, but they are scared. And this is why they take example from you. It's like, wow, how did you do that? They wanna take advice. They wanna learn from you, because they want to grow. That people that want to grow, they are definitely very inspired by you, and those that don't, they will be repelled by you, and that's okay. Because when you are the sun, when you are the light, some people will naturally be scared of it and some people will naturally be very attracted to it. That's not the sun's problem, right? That is the limiting beliefs and the mindsets that they have. The universe really shows you love through like-minded people, through the ones that are meant to be in your life and the ones that you have inspired. And maybe they have been like a silent watcher for you for I don't know, maybe for months, for years, I'm getting. And maybe they don't say anything. That's okay. They can be a silent, they can watch you in silence, but it doesn't mean that you are not going to receive the kind of admiration, the kind of respect that you deserve. Because you are meant to serve the public. You are meant to be in a crowd. But your own limiting beliefs, right? The Knight of Pentacles, I'm getting strongly somebody who wants instant gratification. Or somebody who believes that they can gain everybody's admiration or approval. No, you're not going to gain that. Or somebody who believes that they don't have to be grounded, or they can, take some shortcuts. Because no, Paul, number one, please don't take any shortcuts, because once you do, there are going to be lessons that will be placed on your path for you to learn. Shortcuts are not meant for you, Paul, number one. I'll put it here. If you are thinking of taking some sort of shortcuts, or or what do I mean by shortcuts is that somebody who wants to gain something, right, by not really good means. Or somebody who is very addicted to codependency, to people pleasing, right? This is what is going to hurt you. This is what is going to make your light. This is what is going to dim your light. Because you're not here to people please. You are here to evolve, to create ripples of change in other people's lives. The ones that are going to learn from you, they will show you the amount of respect and self-worth that you have within yourself, because you have a very healthy sense of self-esteem and self-love and self-worth, and that is a very good thing, Paul, number one. But the point is, are you allowing what it is, especially with the Knight of Pentacles here in the reverse, maybe you just you learn something for a minute and then you start teaching other people. That could be a message that I'm getting, right? You might not want to put in the effort to learn, right? You might not want to take classes. You might not want to educate yourself. You think that, just because I have these skills, just because I learned this from Instagram, or just because I learned this from other people, I'm not going to further educate myself, or thinking that you know everything. That could be the Knight of Pentacles energy. I mean, this is how I read it, right? And I know that this can be very triggering, because what you're here to teach, what you're here to evolve, you are meant to learn from, I'm getting some sort of ancestors' wisdom. Maybe there's some sort of books that you are meant to fulfill, that you're meant to read, right? Or maybe there are some sort of videos, or just ancient history that you're meant to learn, but you are not really learning. You might want to take shortcuts, and that is not going to be reliable for you. Because once you want to expand your light, once you want to really make the change and innovate what you are here to do, you are going to have to educate yourself. You are going to have to learn even more than before. You are not only just going to learn from sources, but you're going to learn from other people as well. Those that maybe the people that you look up to, right? The ones that you look up to, the ones that you can learn from, maybe from mentors, from the ones that have a lot of knowledge within them, have a lot of wisdom within them, that you are meant to learn from these people as well. And these are the ones that you're going to cross paths with. That is not because that you are not knowledgeable and all. No, you are wise as you are. But sometimes when you want to elevate, right, when you want to gain more, you are going to have to learn. Right? You can't let your ego get to you. Your ego might be thinking that, oh, I'm the best, I have it all already. I don't need to learn anymore. I can just teach other people already. No. There is always more for you to learn. Always. There is so much more that we can find out. There is so much more that we can uncover and discover, as long as we are willing to put ourselves in that learning mode. Okay? Because I'm seeing the Page of Pentacles in my mind's eye right now, but yeah, the Page of Pentacles is somebody who is a student, who is curious about everything. Please don't lose that side of yourself once you start expanding, or once you start, putting yourself out there more. I'm getting a message here is that you are also going to get triggered by people that probably are more wise than you. And that is something that either you can learn from it or you can take it personally, because these people, the ones that you're going to meet, they are going to reflect like similar qualities back to you as well. Okay, it's that they also have been through their fair share of darkness and suffering, and they crawl it back up by themselves. And this is not to say that you can't ask for help or that you have to be independent all the time. You can ask for help, of course, but the only problem is that, are you letting your ego get the best of you? Right? Do you think that you have nothing else to learn? Because that is what is the only thing that's going to stop you. Okay? So I know that this has been pretty all over the place, but what needs to come through will come through. So thank you so much, Spirit, and thank you so much to you. Okay? So how does the universe really show you love? Is really by you embodying your authentic essence, your true aura, your true soul core essence that you are meant to share with this planet. You are meant to share with the collective, the ones that you're meant to serve. Okay, the universe shows you love through the people that reflects similar qualities and similar ways of thinking like you. They would resonate with you, right? And that you would be deeply respected and admired by such people. They would look up to you and they would benefit from not only just your presence, right? But also from the way you live your life. The way you still choose to put yourself out there regardless of external circumstances, regardless of any influences that it has on you. Because you are somebody that is meant to shine. You are. Once you start shining that light out, once you start really embodying that light, that bright light, what you receive back is so much more than what you can ever imagine. Not just materially, financially, right, the Knight of Pentacles, but also you will be seen. You will be valued and cherished in so many communities that you don't even recognize that they admire you so much. Because they want to be like you. Deep down, like your core is kind of similar with the people that you're meant to serve, the people that you're meant to meet. You will be blessed with like-minded people, like-minded communities as well. And you will feel very excited, very meaningful, because you want to be of service to those people. You want those people to rise up just like you. You are not afraid to share, and they are not afraid to receive it. And they will not turn it against you, or they will not, be in that envy or jealousy energy, because they are, I'm hearing like they are kind of desperate, like they really need your light, that the people that you're meant to meet. Okay, and the universe really wants to show you love through such people. And just because, they admire you, it doesn't mean that they don't have similar qualities just like you. Like, they also have something that they want to share, and this is why they want to learn from you. They want to see how can they also step up and empower other people through you as well. Is that they learn from you, right? And they learn from you, of course. They are inspired by you, and they will take those inspiration and give that to the ones that they're meant to serve. It's like a ripple effect, isn't it? You affect these amount of people, and these amount of people are gonna go ahead and affect that amount of people. So it's like a ripple effect, and that is a great change that you want to see, isn't it? Don't be afraid of triggering other people. Don't be afraid of putting yourself in an uncomfortable position where, you might be standing up on a stage, you might be speaking what needs to be speaked, what needs to be channeled. The Hierophant here, because let me tell you, pound number one, you are meant to be in this position where you are of service to not only just the collective, but to the planet as well. The world needs your light. The world needs your ideas. The world needs your voice. The world needs you to fight. Fight not only just for yourself, but equality, and to fight for injustice in this world. Whatever you feel drawn to, okay, whichever platform, whichever has meaning for you, whichever you feel the most drawn to, whichever you feel like you want to contribute the most, do that. Because I can assure you that once you really start putting yourself out there and really allowing yourself to shine, okay, the universe will reflect it back to you 10 times even more so, through not only just people like I mentioned, right, but also through more ideas, more gifts, more inspiration from the divine as well, and what you are meant to carry, and what you are meant to share, and what you are meant to lead in this world. Okay, so yeah, that is the first part of the reading. So next we'll be looking at how can pile number one, how can you open up to the love that the universe has for you? Okay, so we have the Lovers. Okay, I need to cover this up. Oh shit. Wait. Oh, never mind. I'll use this then. Hopefully this can be covered up. Hopefully. Okay, so this is the Lovers. I actually took one clarifier. It's the Queen of Swords. So clarifying the Lovers. And we have travel, time off, take a trip, adventure in the reverse. Okay. Okay, let's see. Is everything in frame? Okay. Cool. How can you open up to the love the universe has for me? Immediately the Lovers card came through. The first thing that I thought of was a sense of purpose. So how can you open up? It's figuring out your own sense of purpose and how you might be restraining yourself through your own limiting beliefs, because I immediately get drawn to the Archangel Raphael, and Archangel Raphael is the element of air, right, which relates to the Queen of Swords as well. It's all about air, it's all about communication, it's all about mental energy. So where are you using your mental energy for? Are you using it to people, places, situations that are not even serving you? Right? Where does your heart lie? Where do you want to be of service? Because I'm getting somebody who might be unsure. It's like this traveling card in the reverse. It's like you want to travel, but you don't have a certain sense of direction. You don't know where you want to go to. You don't know what you want. And that you might be all over the place. Right now, you could be stuck in overthinking. You could have tendency to place your energy in other people, right? You might be helping other people out while neglecting yours. As well, you could have like a map in your hands right now, but you don't know where you want to go to. You don't know where to travel. You have so many place that you want to go to. You have so many things that you want to achieve, but there is no way for you to start. That is the energy that I'm getting. Is this like confusion? Is this confusion in the clarity as well? Because you have so many temptations is what I'm getting, that's placed in front of you. You don't know which direction that you want to choose. You don't know where you want to go to. And the lover, I'm immediately thinking about the book that I read. Oh shit, I don't really remember what book that is, but it's this book that talks about the Lover's card, which is from the Fool all the way up to the Hierophant, right? It's all about, it's kind of like, it's not, okay, sorry. It's not about the Fool to the Hierophant. It's more about like the Empress, the Emperor, and the Hierophant. And blah, 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 blah. Sorry, I apologize for it. It's like the Lover's card, right? It's more about somebody who has claimed their own responsibility, who has taken back their own power, right? It's all about restarting their life. It's all about restarting who they are. It's all about restarting the life that they have known up till now, that has gone through a huge cleanse, that has gone through a huge awakening and transformation. And this is why you've been feeling a sense of fogginess, or just very confused as to what you want to do or how you want to achieve, and you might be looking out externally on what you want to do. But the Queen of Swords energy is one that is the one that is very honest. She's very upfront about herself, not only just who she is, right, what she desires, her needs, her sense of purpose, her sense of duty as well, and what kinds of truth that she wants to bring forth to the world that has been swept under the rug. That is what is missing here. And if you cannot figure out what you want, look back at your past. Self-reflection is very necessary for you, pile number one, because you could have many destinations that you want to go to. But maybe these destinations that are being offered to you is not what you want. This is why you gotta have to come up with one that is unconventional, that is very different from what you used to do. Maybe I'm getting this example of maybe you studied a course about business, but you might want to transfer to a media course, for example, broadcast media, for example. But you feel like you don't have the skills, you don't have the talents, you don't have the gifts to actually start media, or you think that, oh, just because I studied business, therefore I need to have like a business job. That's not entirely true. I'm gonna take myself as an example. I studied business, but I transferred to media, right? This is where that example came from. That is because I've always desired like media, communications and media, but I don't know where to start from media and communications. I used to think that I want to be an actress, but it turns out I don't really want to be an actress. I know that I want to be seen. I know that I want to be, I want to be in the spotlight, right? I know that I want to be understood. I know that I want to be seen by many people, but I don't necessarily know what I want to do. Maybe you can start from here as well. Maybe you can identify what you've always desired as a kid or as a child since you were growing up. Maybe there's something that you might find. There's that, yeah, I want to be seen by so many people. I want to be famous. But do I know what I want to be famous for? You don't know yet. That is where you can find out. That is where you can find out from your own passions and your own interests. And what is it that you're very interested in? Are you interested in socio-political socio-political issues? Are you interested in history? This is up to you to find out yourself, because I'm not going to be here to give you the answer. You have to be very honest with yourself with what is it that you really desire, because I can see a sense of lack here. I can see a sense of confusion. And I see Archangel Raphael, he is somebody that has strong mental energy. He is also somebody that ties in with the heart chakra, because it's the color green, right? Archangel Raphael. It's the color green, it's the color of the heart chakra, just like this crystal here. Is that you got to be in sync with the desires of your heart, rather than just running around in circles and not knowing what you want. And I mean, you can do it, right? You can try. You can try different things, but they might not end up to be what you want. But there is nothing wrong with trying, isn't it? But you gotta have to be very clear and very, I'm getting this word, level-headed with what you want. Because no amount of trials and errors is going to help you to is not going to help you to uncover your deepest desires, unless you be very truthful with yourself and if you told me that I don't know what I want. That's something that you have to find out. And that is coming through as a sense of self-reflection, and that is coming through as a sense of you needing to find out, like, since what you've been through childhood, all the way to when you were a teen, up to the point where you're an adult, right? Is there anything that you've been desiring that you think that you cannot achieve it? Because let me assure you here, once you follow your passion, the thing that fuels you the most is not externally, it's the sense of passion that you have for life in itself, and for the kind of service that you have for other people, because you do have a strong sense of duty and purpose, definitely. But you don't know what you want to serve. You don't know what you want to be seen for. This is why it can feel like all over the place. And I'm also getting another example with compliments, for example. Let's say people have always complimented you as somebody who is pretty, right? And maybe you want people to compliment you as somebody who is cute, right? Somebody who is more than just a pretty face. And maybe have you told someone? Have you told, like, the people that have consistently complimented you for a pretty face, that have neglected other facets of you? Have you told that person, like, hey, I appreciate you calling me pretty and gorgeous, but I really want to be recognized for the depths of my own being. I really want to be recognized for my values and for my strong integrity. I don't want to just be seen as somebody who has a pretty face. An example is what I'm getting. Maybe you have always disliked what is being told to you, but you have yet to uncover what you really want. That is this energy here, and this is why it's time for you to uncover, so that you can really truly open up to the love the universe has for me, because the universe can give you a lot of love, but if you have yet to decide what kind of love that you truly want, right? Like, maybe some of you has a love that is tied to materially, for example, like, I want people to spend money on me. I want people to, give me gifts so that I can feel loved. Okay, you can receive that. But if, let's say, if what you want, the kind of love that you desire is something that is much more emotionally fulfilling, and people shower you with gifts, you don't feel loved that way, because that's not how you want to receive, because you have yet to uncover and discover what you want. And you cannot lie to yourself about that, Pawan. Firstly, you have to be very clear with your own intentions, right? Your own desires, the desires of your heart. And if what you have uncovered is something that is something that is just maybe at the very surface level thing, it's totally okay. There is no shame in things that are surface level. No shame here. Okay, no shame. The most important thing is you are truthful and honest with yourself, so that once you start, right, the love that it can give back to you, it will be reflected back to you as well, because the amount of self-love that you carry, it will always be reflected back to you. That is the rule, that is the key, is what I believe in. Okay, you can believe in other things, but yeah. You have to be very aware of where you're coming from, because no amount of love given to you will be fulfilled once you fulfill that love within. Just like this deck, Archangel Raphael as well. He's all about healing, the healing energies, right? You can always call upon him when you need to heal yourself. But if you're not going to do that emotional work for yourself, no amount of healing work is going to help. No amount of, positivity or like, yeah, it's going to get better, but deep inside, do you really feel that way? Or are you just lying to yourself? I'm not trying to say that Archangel Raphael, he does surface level, but okay, I'm not trying to mean it in that way. But what I mean is that you can't be lying to yourself. You can't. Because if you're not doing the emotional work, the emotional labor for you, what you will access is just something that is not deep and fulfilling for you, isn't it? Once you really start to get clear on it, things will be much more smoother and easier for you. And this is when the universe can start preparing and can tell the divine, like, hey, I'm ready. I'm ready for the gifts and the blessings that you have for me, because I know what I want right now. I'm very clear that this is what I desire. So you have to be very specific in what you want. Specific. Being very, very specific, but at the same time, not being so specific to the point that you're just limiting yourself to just this one thing. Like I mentioned, right? You can't just be limiting yourself to a person that is going to give you that love. This love can come to you in so many forms. It can be an object, right? It can be an item that you have buried, right? I mean, it can be anything. So yeah, that's it for how can I open to the love the universe has for me. I hope that this is kind of clear for you. Okay, so okay, thank you for allowing me to read for you. Next we have, what am I ready to release to receive the love the universe has for me? We have the Empress. Beautiful. And we have the Four of Swords. These two cards came out together. Okay, I wanted to take one card, but it came out two, so yeah. And we have stop overthinking it. Okay. What am I ready to release to receive the love that the universe has for me? The Empress came through, and it gave me a vibe of somebody who has a strong divine feminine energy within them. And okay, I need to be very clear here. Everybody has divine feminine energy in them, men and women. Okay, what I'm saying is that somebody who might lean towards their feminine energy more, right? And what are you ready to release is your tendency to overwork yourself, your tendency to overcompensate yourself, your tendency to consistently give and give and give, right? And not giving it back to yourself, and not recognizing that you do need the rest that you need, that you desire. Because the divine feminine energy, she doesn't chase. She doesn't chase for things, she attracts what she needs. And what she does is pick and choose from them. That is the divine feminine energy. At least that's how I read it. Okay, you can have a different interpretation of it. You are ready to release any tendencies of overgiving yourself, overcompensating, or overly focus on the other person's needs that you do not recognize yourself, or even operating under the distorted feminine energy. Right? And this has to tie in with your mother wounds as well. This ties in with the wounds of how you view yourself. Are you viewing yourself under the lens of other people? Are you even giving yourself a chance to appreciate yourself fully and understanding yourself? Yourself? Because the Empress and the Four of Swords came through, it's giving me a vibe of somebody who has a very, very, very strong connection with the divine. Somebody who has a very strong intuition. But with this stop overthinking it card here, it's giving me a vibe of somebody who doesn't really trust in that wisdom within her. Somebody who has yet to recognize the importance of her feminine, I wouldn't use the word her, but their feminine energy. Have you ever taken the time to nurture yourself, and how can you actually be more connected with your essence? Because divine feminine energy, right, she's more about the unseen. She's more about the unknown, right? She's all about things that are much more, things that are in the deeper layers of life in itself, that people might not even want to tap into it. At least that's how I see the divine feminine energy. She is the darkness. She's the intuition that people are afraid to sense, people are afraid to see. Because what she sends, the Empress here, is normally 100% correct. Right? And what are you ready to release? Like I mentioned, is distorted feminine energy. It's being afraid of the dark. It's being very afraid of the mysteries and the truths that are buried under the surface, that you might not even want to see it. Because it will come through. I don't know why I'm getting such a strong sense of Scorpio energy. And maybe a lot of you, when you do first look at the Empress, you might think that, oh, she's a mother, she's somebody who births, who gives, right? Who nurtures others, who cares about other people, who gives herself to others, who is very dependent and reliant and all that is true, right? To a certain extent. But that doesn't mean that the Empress doesn't have the other side of herself, which is your shadows. The ugliest parts of you, the parts of you that you find it to be disgusting, the parts of you that you don't want to face. And you are ready to release such mindset. You are ready to release such limiting beliefs that, I don't want to see the darkness. I just want to focus on the light. I'm positive all the time. Like, no. Spirituality is not about love and light. And another message I'm getting is you are ready to release what it means to be a true feminine energy, what it means to be in your goddess, to be in your divine feminine. She's not only just this mother that nurtures and births and, helps other people, but she's also this dark divine mother that destroys what is no longer serving her, destroys what has been a destructive force in this entire planet, and what has been really ingrained in us as a society. The things that tells us that our body is shameful, or that there is something wrong with us if we trust in the unknown, or there is something wrong with us if we have negativity, or if we have such a destructive energy, we have such sacred rage, like, right? No. You are not meant to be this peaceful all the time. Sometimes there are going to be situations that are going to arise, that are going to trigger your anger. They are going to trigger, the rage, the burning lion within you. This is not to say that you're going to, use it in a way where it's destructive to others. No. You use it in a way where you can channel that energy through art, through play, through creativity, through dance, through anything. As long as it's not, putting yourself or others in danger. You are ready to release such mindset, all the above that I've mentioned. And your strong life force energy, that you believe that you have to soothe other people, the belief that you have to reassure other people, the belief that you have to do everything for other people, these mindsets are ready to be burnt. She is both the darkness and the light. You are both the darkness and the light in itself. And where can you find the light? Through darkness. Nobody that has awakened has not gone through the depths of their own suffering and their darkness. Because honestly, for me personally, I'm sick and tired of people just seeing this Empress as this nurturing mother and all that stuff, and which is true, right? But she also has this other side of her. What about that raw, that wild, that passionate side of her that many people try to deny? And maybe you might have been denying this part of yourself as well. You might think that, I have to be calm, I have to be regulated all the time, I have to be peaceful, I have to create no chaos. No, sometimes chaos has to happen before the peace comes in, isn't it? Start taking back your power, pile number one. You are ready to release anything that has to do with, distorted feminine energy that tells you that, you have to be this, you have to be that, that you have to do something, you have to, hide this, you have to diminish this, you have to shame this. Like, no. You are supposed to embody and love and integrate all parts of yourself. She's raw, she's unfiltered. Right. The divine is not just loving, just like Mother Gaia. She loves her own planet. She loves all of her children here. But what have we done to her? Right? She has been loving. She has been gentle. She has been sensitive to all of us for so many centuries. And now, in this era, in this age, we are finally taking back our power. She's calling those that are meant to help, to serve the earth, to bring back the consciousness of what earth is supposed to be like before it is being terrorized, before it's being banished by society at large, right? By the matrix, by thinking that, the feminine needs to be banished, only masculine energy can survive, right? Like, how long has this been taught to us? How long? Like Mother Gaia, she's done, being that gentle and sensitive. She's taking back her planet. She's taking back her power. That is it. And this is not to say that Mother Gaia is not also gentle and sensitive and loving and nurturing. She is. She is all of those. But without boundaries, without discernment, without self-protectiveness, all of these things are just going to go to a waste because you are only using your energy for not the right types of situations that you're supposed to be in, because you are letting other people step onto you. You are letting energetic vampires to take you off your life force and your energy, and that is not right. You are ready to release all such negative, limiting beliefs that tells you all that I've mentioned. And the Four of Swords here. And that what you're ready to release is also another message that I'm getting, is that you are ready to release people that tells you that, or that you might even have gaslight yourself thinking that, it's naive, for me to believe in the divine. It's naive for me to be in my divine feminine energy, to not do anything when I don't want to, or that you have to hustle and hustle and hustle in order to get what you want. Because no, your life can be, it doesn't have to be you breaking your bone in order for you to get what you want, power one. you have to break that mindset, or that you have to do everything alone, or that it is naive or silly of you to believe in the divine for you to pray to get what you want. Because your prayers, right, as long as it comes from the sincerity of your heart, as long as you are very sure that this is what you really desire, you can be 100% sure that the universe will align everything for you. That is a strong faith that you have, not only in yourself but in the unseen. And that is unstoppable. That is something that no amount of money or external circumstances will be able to take away from you. That is how powerful it is. It is not silly. It is not naive. It is not stupid of you to put your faith in something higher than you. Because the Empress, she is. Where does she take her life force? She takes it from the divine. Because of her connection to her own spiritual practices and what she gains and where her connection comes from. From nature herself. Right? Where does the light come from? It comes from internally, not what you put it out on, not what is it on your appearance, or what is it on your what is it on the surface level. It's not. It is what comes from within. Self-respect doesn't come from you telling yourself that, oh, I respect myself, I respect myself. Have you actually done the work to respect yourself? Or are you just lying to yourself? No amount of prayers can help if you're not actually doing the work for you. You can pray as much as you want, just like you can make a wish as much as you want. But if that wish doesn't align with your heart, I don't know, it might come true maybe for some of you, right? It might. But maybe that manifestation is not really what you want, and you might be like, oh, I reject this, I don't want this. But isn't this what you have been praying for? Because you are not aligned with your heart. This is not to diminish and deny your prayers, okay? And I know that I might seem harsh right now. I think it's because I'm very passionate about this topic, yeah. But yeah, what you're really ready to release, to receive the love, is this distorted feminine energy that you have been embodying for such a long time, or that you can't do nothing, or that you have to consistently hustle and grind yourself in such a way. You are ready to release such limiting beliefs. You are also ready to release any connections that tells you otherwise, or like, let's say if there's somebody that has a very different opinion from you, are you able to stand by what you believe in, or are you just swayed easily by others? These are some beliefs that you might have hold on to for a very, very long time, that is kind of stopping you from receiving the love. Because what if the amount of love received is someone that is maybe very totally different from you? And let's say, and what I mean by totally different is that maybe this person has some sort of very stubborn qualities in them. And maybe you might have a tendency to want to overgive, to want to people please, to make this person change their mind. You can't. And this is not to say that you have to really, you have to receive the kind of love that they have, because their love might be distorted. But it's to just they can believe what they want. However they want to love, it's up to them. It's not my responsibility. They can love however they want, and know that is just their projection. That is their own way of thinking, and that has nothing to do with you. Because there are some people that are going to use that kind of love, and they think that is actually true love, but that is not. And this is why you gotta have to be very discerning, because I'm not trying to say that you have to. I'm not trying to say that you are just only going to attract these people. You are going to attract all kinds of people, right? The Empress here. All kinds of people. And it's up to you to be picky and choosy depending on what you want, right? You cannot control the kind of people, the kind of love that people have for you. Maybe the kind of love that they have is some sort of obsessive kind of a love. Is this the type of love that you want? I don't know. It's up to you. Right? So you cannot control the kind of love that other people have for you, but what you can control is what you choose to allow in your energy field, what you choose to allow in your life through understanding yourself and through engaging with life. Through understanding yourself. This is why I keep repeating myself on understanding yourself. Why is it so necessary and valid and very essential? And this is not going to be an easy process, is it? Oh, I'll take a week, I take a month to understand myself. No, it's something that is ongoing. It's not going to stop. Even as you engage with relationships from others, right? You have something to learn within as well. Maybe you do have this intense or passionate side of you that you have. Maybe it's just not being activated by these people. Maybe when you get into like a deeper relationship with someone or people, right? Maybe you do see that possessiveness that you have within you. Okay, so yeah, I hope that I'm not being very fierce towards you, and yeah, it's just I can see this intense passion that I have with this topic, especially with the divine feminine, and I myself am still understanding what it means to really be in our own divine feminine energy. Because let me tell you, the divine feminine energy, she's more about the unseen. She's more about birthing seeds in the unknown. Her ways are not always understood. Her ways are often misunderstood by a lot of people. And even your ego as well might even misunderstand the feminine way, because she is that unstoppable. She is that unpredictable as well. Unpredictable in ways where once it starts growing, right? Once that seed starts to grow, you're going to be so in awe of it, because that is it. Because her intuition, right? Because the way she can connect with different forces, the way she can connect with unconditionally loving sources is so deep and ancient that she starts to remember it in her, that nothing and nobody can move her, because she's that in her power. That is the divine feminine way. Okay, so yeah, I hope that this reading makes sense. Okay, so last but not least, we will look at the cards from the Keepers of the Light Oracle. Hold on, let me take my deck. Oh, okay, hold on. To see which gods, goddesses, archangels, and ascended masters, to see what final messages they have for you, or any unconditionally loving sources that you have in your mind. It doesn't have to be anyone or anything, just as long as it is unconditionally loving, that is it. Okay, we'll take one card to see if there are any final messages that you would like to have for pile number one. Let's see. Spirit that loves pawn number one unconditionally, is there any important message that you have? Any final messages that you have for pawn number one? Okay, I was getting this. I was seeing Isis in my mind's eye. Oh my god, yeah. I kept seeing Isis in my mind's eye. Yeah, exactly. So hold on. We have Isis with magic manifesting. I kept seeing Isis in my mind's eye as I was channeling through this entire reading, and she came through. Thank you so much, Goddess Isis, for the confirmation. Thank you so much, Spirit, as well. Thank you so much to you, pawn number one, for allowing me to access your energy. Okay, so Goddess Isis could be significant. Egypt could be significant. I don't know why I'm getting an image of Goddess Bastet. Goddess Bastet could be significant. Pleasure could be really important to you, or you might you have to explore your ways of loving yourself through the dark, not the dark, but kind of like the ways where it has been denied by society in general. Okay, so Isis with magic manifesting, your dreams, visions, and goals are becoming reality. Stay focused. Exactly, is that what you want wants you, but you have to be very clear about that. Okay, just like the traveling card in the reverse is that you have so many things that you want to achieve, you have so many things that you want to do, but you can't get clear on it. And this is why it's time for you to find out yourself. And I hope that through this reading, it can activate something within you that you can find out your answer. Okay, I really hope that. And we have hope card, which love and acceptance. Let's read from the Isis card with magic manifesting. Yeah, and I'm getting another message is that because I kept seeing Isis in my third eye, right? So you could have a very strong third eye, and that you can connect with any forces as long as they are unconditionally loving for you. Because I kept seeing Goddess Isis in my third eye. So I'm sensing that this group, you could have very strong third eye. Your third eye could be very open, could be wide open. You know, there are a lot of unconditionally loving forces wanting to work through you, wanting to channel through you. So allow them. Okay. Okay. Isis is a strong, smart, and focused Egyptian winged goddess. According to legend, she was able to move from darkness to light and between the underworld, heaven, and earth. For that reason, whenever she comes to us, she will help us move from the hell of our own fear into the heaven of our own love. She was able to revive her lover Osiris from the dead, and this powerful allegorical story shows how she can help us revive an aspect of our life or a dream that we may have killed off with fear or lack of self-belief. Yes, exactly. It's that there's some sort of thing that there's something that you're wanting to work through, but you kept denying it. You believe that it's not possible. And through this reading, you know, the universe wants to show you love through you expressing yourself more, right? You being boldly, you being unapologetically sure, firm, and assertive about what you want, so that you can start to work towards them and really start to receive the kind of love that you've actually desired from, you know, like-minded souls, like-minded people, from communities, any, you know, institutions, or just any systems or communities that you've always desired. So with her magical abilities, Isis will guide us to bring our dreams into reality. You are moving into a space where your dream reality is becoming your outward reality. This is an extremely powerful time, and it's vital to keep focused on the highest good of all. You no longer want to relive your own history and or feel unsupported. Acknowledging where you once were and how you have changed that situation around is a powerful focus of gratitude. Yeah, I was getting that. Gratitude is very essential for you. Gratitude. Okay, it's to really appreciate what you have and appreciate what is going to come into your life. Okay. Acknowledging where you once were and how you have changed the situation around is a powerful focus of gratitude that will align you with universal abundance. Discipline and commitment are important now. Consider that you're moving between worlds when you daydream or create visions and bring life-enhancing ideas into reality. Magic is manifesting all around you. Excuse me. This is exciting. Exactly, the Hierophant here. You are meant to create something new. You are meant to create a system, right, that is focused on, you're meant to create a system that is meant for unconditional love, that is meant for the divine feminine to lead, right, to allow the divine feminine to have its way, to allow not only just the light but the dark. Light and the dark, they unite together and they will be unstoppable. Okay. So we have hope with love and acceptance. Love is yours. Recognize your divine worth. Choose loving thoughts. Yeah, it's time for you to really unconditionally and fully and boldly appreciate all parts of yourself. Right? And this is not just you speaking words with I love myself and all, but where are your actions? Are your actions reflecting the love that you have? Are your actions reflecting the words that you have for yourself? Isn't it? Right? Hope with love and acceptance. Recognize your divine worth. Choose loving thoughts for yourself, but also the actions that you do is also very important. Okay. Hope is an angel who is dedicated to promoting the idea that we on earth are loved, cherished, and supported by the kingdom of heaven. She's all about helping us see the light beyond whatever darkness we are in. Traveling as part of a holy trinity, faith, hope, and charity, she helps us recognize that hope isn't about wishing for something good to happen or help to arrive, but trusting that support is already present. Hope is the twin flame of Archangel Gabriel. She has a gentle presence, but she's absolutely glorious. She sings sweet harmonies to us, and these songs are waves of love washing away anything that stands between us and self-love and acceptance. Yeah, it's that the love that the universe wants to get to you is not only just what you have provided for others, but you as an individual deserves love, right? You as an individual, you are already worthy and capable of just as you are, not what you provide for others. No, it's about you already standing in your power, standing in your essence. That is how you're going to bring so much love into the world, because the cup that you have within you is so full that you can pour back, and by replenishing yourself at the same time. Angels are gathering around you in celebration that you're finally willing to see how loving and lovable you are. Hope is here with a legion of love angels guiding you to see that you deserve loving relationships, loving experiences, and loving acceptance from the world around you. Exactly. You are meant to surround yourself with loving people, right? You are meant to surround yourself with so much love, so much blessing, so much acceptance, so much that people cherish you for who you are, right? It seems that you are really moving beyond the limitations that you once had in this department, but know that whenever you do question your worth, you can call on hope to shine her golden light upon you. Your angels want you to know that they love and cherish you, and that they are grateful that you're giving yourself the same support. Oh, thank you so much. But yeah, so I really, really hope that these messages resonate, and yeah, I whatever messages are meant to come through. So I trust in that, and if the messages don't really resonate at all, I'm not gonna apologize, because this is what is meant to come through will come through. Okay, so yeah, I really hope that you enjoyed this reading, and I hope that this kind of helped you to allow yourself to see yourself in a more loving and a more gentle light. Okay, and that your worth doesn't come from what you have to offer to other people. Your worth comes from you, your own power, your own essence, and in who you truly are. Okay, you shine just as you. You never have to overcompensate yourself in order for other people to see you. Those that see you, they will see you. And those that don't, please let them go. The universe will always allow you, and will always reflect what is needed for you to see within you in all types of people. Okay, I really, really hope that these messages resonate, and thank you so much, pile number 1, and thank you so much to your spirit guides and angels and the universe for allowing me to read for you. And if you're interested, you can check out my blog at heightspamela.substack.com. If you're interested in my podcast, you can check out Life by Pam podcast on Spotify and on Apple Podcasts as well. Thank you so much for allowing me to read for you, and yeah, I really, really hope that these messages help you in some sort of way, and thank you so much for allowing me to be who I am, and thank you so much for allowing me to channel messages for you. I'm so grateful and thankful, and I'll see you guys in my next reading, pile number 1. Thank you, and bye. Hi, welcome back, pile number 2. If this is the image that you picked, then this is going to be your reading for today. As some of you might just skip the intro, I'm going to explain it again for those that came from the intro. Thank you, and please bear with me while I repeat this message. Thank you for being so patient. So I will not be doing any energy checks for this reading, simply because Spirit didn't want me to limit the people watching this, and you don't have to resonate with the energy check in order for you to watch this reading, right? I didn't want to set any limitations on it. So in fact, I would say Spirit didn't want me to set any limitations on it. So here I am. So I'm very, very excited to be reading this message for you. So if you'd like to know what goes in this reading, please check the intro. Thank you for being here and for sharing your energy with me. I really, really hope that this reading is going to resonate. So when you listen throughout this reading, right? Maybe you yourself have experienced the love that the divine has for you in your daily life. And I just want to put an extra note here. Please don't just limit it to a person giving you love, okay? And maybe you think that you have never received any love before and you might question that. I'm asking you to please don't, okay? Personally, okay, I personally believe that we have been blessed by the divine in some sort of way. We have been shown love through many situations, even the situations that might toughen us up, even situations that might seem challenging to the surface, right? I personally believe that we have been blessed by the divine in some sort of way, even in challenging situations. And even maybe in different environments or situations that you don't even recognize, right? Or maybe at times where you do take it for granted, right? Which there is no shame here. There is absolutely no shame here. I take things for granted a lot of the time. And this is why gratitude can help us to open up so much more to the divine and allow us to show us where in our life do we want more, but at the same time, where can we be more grateful for? Okay? And please know that you will always receive the kind of love that you desire, the kind of love that you deserve. You will, okay, through any means. It doesn't have to be that very specific thing that you are wanting and don't. Okay, you are making the love that you're receiving harder than it's supposed to. So please know that you will always receive love through some sort of means, okay? It can be anything. It can be through a person, it can be through nature, it can be through you yourself, right? It can be through your higher self, it can be through an animal, it can be through a TV show, it can be science, it could be any signs and synchronicities, okay? So if you still think that this has nothing to do with you, okay, please check out other piles or other tarot readers out there. You are a mature adult, I suppose, right, listening to this reading, and I'm sure that you can take responsibility for yourself and to be very, very discerning with what you take from this reading. Okay, please know that this is a general reading. Not everything is going to resonate for you. You have the absolute free will to step out of this reading right now, okay, or as you go along with this reading, if you find it doesn't resonate with you. Like, always trust your intuition above all else. Listen with responsibility. All right, thank you for being so patient. Now let's get started. So if you pick this card, right, rest, you need some sleep. I'm just going to put it aside. Maybe you do need some rest. Maybe you are struggling with something that is kind of difficult for you right now, which I'm sending you a lot of love and healing energy. So we have the Hierophant card in the reverse. You might be drawn to pile number 1, okay, because pile number 1, the Hierophant card came through in pile number 1 at the exact same position, okay? So we have 2 cards that came through for this. We have the 8 of Cups and the 10 of Wands. Last but not least, we have the Queen of Swords. Yeah, you definitely might be drawn to pile number 1 as well, because instead of the Queen of Swords, the Queen of Wands came through for pile number 1. So, wow. Okay. Let's get started. Right. So, how does the universe show you love? Even though it's similar to pile number 1, but not in an exact same way, of course, because it might seem like the universe will show you and put you in situations that you might be overcompensating and overly responsible for other people. So to show you that you are much more than that, to show you that how are you overextending and how have you been overburdening yourself, to show you that you don't have to overextend to every person or every people that you meet. That's one of the reasons why you had this, you chose this card, right? Rest, you need some sleep, because you do. You certainly do. I'm hearing you are kind of overstimulating yourself right now, right? Either through social media or either through overly focused on other people's expectations and needs. This is why the divine wants to show you love through tough situations, through situations that you might go back to the same patterns again, like people pleasing, or like you believe that you have to be the strong one, you believe that you have to take everything by yourself, right? It's like the divine might put you in these types of situations, but not in a way to punish you, in a way to show you your power, in a way to show you that you are meant to rise up, you are meant to express yourself as fully and as authentically as you are. Because in those situations that you're in, right, where you are shrinking yourself, where you are playing small, those are not the environments, those are not the people, those are not the situations that you're meant to be in, right? And whoever have shamed you, whoever have told you that you need to be a certain type of being in order for you to be loved, in order for you to gain a sense of self-worth, that is not you. You know that deep within your being, deep within your psyche, your soul knows the answer. Have you been tapping in to get the answer, or are you just or you just didn't want to listen, right? Or you might end up hating yourself, right? You might end up in bed thinking, yeah, why am I overgiving? Or like, why is everybody taking advantage of me? Why am I not receiving the kind of love that I want back? Because you have been overgiving yourself power too. You have been so overburdened by other people's problems, and you are here to solve every part of it, while forgetting that actually the one that actually needs help is actually you. The one that not necessarily needs solving, but the one that actually needs care and love is actually you yourself. You have been projecting that need out onto anybody. You have everybody, right? You have been trying to solve other people, rescue other people from their problems, that you forget that you have your own plate to do. You have your dreams, you have your goals too, right? You seem to help everybody but yourself. How to? I'm seeing Lord Kanish in my mind's eye right now. So Lord Kanish could be significant. Lord Kanish kind of represents removing obstacles, right? Removing obstacles, providing you spiritual protection, giving you infinite abundance. And you are meant to use your own power, right? Yes, you are still using your power to help other people, but not in a way where you're doing right now. Not in a way where you are consistently overthinking, oh, who needs my help right now? Oh, this friend of mine or this person shared their problems with me. How can I help this person solve it? Not in this way, right? But in a way to help you recognize what is important to you. Maybe there are some sort of issues out there into the world that you might want to change, right? Because the Hierophant card and the Queen of Swords cards, they are very, very powerful when they come into union with one another. As you can tell, right? They are very, very powerful. And they are somebody whom other people come to for advice, yes, whom you help, but not in a way where you are overstepping your own boundaries, where you're overcompensating yourself, where you're overgiving yourself, right? Where others, after they come to you and they would just like go away, or they would just ended up not saying thank you, or they kind of take you for granted because they think that you are going to be there for them forever. Right, I'm gonna take. I want to use this example, which is like our parents, right? A lot of the times when you are kind of like the parentified child, you took care of everybody else instead of yourself. This was my childhood, especially emotionally, right? Especially for you as well, emotionally, not only just physically, but as well as emotionally. You had to be the strong one. You had to be the good kid. You had to be the one that. You had to be the responsible one, because nobody stood up for you, or that was how it kept you safe. And this is not, that is not yours to carry, even if it was your childhood conditioning. But you are meant to break this right now. You are meant to allow the universe right? To let the universe know that I'm ready to break this pattern. You know, I don't want to be invested in other people's problems to a point where I'm losing myself, right? It's that I have my strong sense of self. I know who I am. I know what I came here to do, right? I know that even if other people do come to me for advice, right? Because I'm not trying to, say that you cannot help other people. You absolutely can. But not in a way where you're sacrificing yourself. Because that is the energy that I'm seeing, that you are burnt out. And thank you, Spirit, for reminding me. I saw the Five of Pentacles in a reverse at the bottom of the deck. So that is what you're stuck in right now. You are stuck in a mindset that isn't serving you anymore. That you think that you had to carry other people's bags. No, you are walking away from this. This is why maybe your current situation, right? You could be engaging in like I'm getting like substances that are not of your highest good, which I'm so sorry, pile number 2. Okay, but have you ever considered the reason why you are using some sort of substances? That maybe they are not good for you. You kind of have been numbing yourself as well, right? You might be questioning the universe or God in general, like, why am I going through this situation? Why is everybody taking advantage of you? And this is not to shame you or put you in a bad position. You still can help other people, of course. There's nothing wrong with it. And in fact, that is a very good trait of yours, pile 2. But this situation, it is meant to show you that they don't appreciate you, these people. They would take and take and take and take and take and drain you of your life force, drain you of your energy, until you're left with nothing. Is that what you really want? To waste your time? To waste your time not actually putting in the work to allow yourself to be like, oh, I can see why I'm in this situation right now. And I'm meant to take a step back. I'm not meant to carrying other people's burdens, isn't it? I don't need to. I'm not this hard shell that doesn't break. Even the hardest shell breaks at times. This is why the way the universe shows you love is very interesting. It's because it kind of puts you in situations where it makes you realize, where have you been given your power away? And this is not to say that, oh, so the universe doesn't love me, it doesn't put me in any loving situations. No. Do you want to know the reason why it puts you in this current situation that you're in right now, that you're overthinking, that you are stuck, that you're out here in the cold thinking that nobody loves you? No. It's your mindset, it's your perspective shift. Have you ever considered why you're in this situation? It's to make you realize that I'm here to take back my power. I'm here to say no when necessary. Sometimes it is necessary to say a no, full stop, period. No is the answer a lot of the times. But of course, you do owe some explanation, right? For the people that you care for the people that are meant to be in your life. What I'm saying is that those unnecessary plates, those unnecessary burdens, those unnecessary people that come to you randomly, you can say no. Other people are not entitled to you. Other people are not entitled to your energy. Okay, pile number 2. The universe shows you love in a way by showing you where your power lies. Like I just mentioned, right, where it puts you in situations where you might be doubting yourself, you might be questioning your ability or your talent, or like, am I just going to be stuck in this forever? No, of course not. You are meant to regain your sense of your power through this situation. It's like, okay, I don't want to be taken advantage of anymore. I don't want to agree to everybody that comes to me for answer, or everybody that I have to babysit for, right? Like I'm not this person that caretakes everybody. Yes, I can help you when I have the energy, but when I don't, I'm allowed to say no. I'm allowed to speak up for myself. That is your power. The reason why you are being put in these situations because you don't see yourself truly. You don't see yourself as this sovereign being. You don't see yourself in a way where the divine sees you. You have been underestimating yourself. You have been putting yourself in this situation because of your own insecurity within, because of your own mindset. Your limiting mindset is the one that is stopping you, Pautu. And I just want to put it out here that I'm not shaming any of you, right? Being able to help other people is a great gift, but not in a way where you're doing it right now. How you're meant to help other people with the Queen of Swords and the Hierophant is to share your whatever vision, whatever ideas that you have, whatever dreams that you have that are tied into, your life purpose, that are tied into your belief systems, that are tied to how you want to change the world, how you want to open up yourself to a new world, a new order of love and compassion. That is what you're meant to help others. You are meant to help others to reclaim their voice just as you. You are meant to help other people that have silenced themselves, that makes them feel like, oh, I don't have a voice, or that I have to consistently listen to other people, or that I don't have an opinion of mine. No, you have one. They have one too. You are meant to show others that, I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. Why am I even here? Why am I even tolerating this bullshit? Why am I even treating myself so poorly? Why am I even engaging with this situation? Why am I not setting a boundary? You will wake up. You will awaken to a point where, if you don't awaken right now, I know that this can seem harsh, which I'm going to have to put it out here. If you're not going to awaken, right, the divine will consistently test you and put you in situations where you might get taken advantage of. If you don't reclaim your power, if you don't stand up and speak up for yourself. Because you cannot control other people's reactions, pound number 2. You cannot. You cannot control how other people are going to view you. You cannot control. People might see you as this lamb, right? Which, I'm sorry, the lamb, there's no shame to lamb, but they might see you as this, little lamb who is sweet, who is silent, right? Who is gentle. And there's nothing wrong with being silent, sweet, and gentle at times. But for the ones that are, using you, taking advantage of you, it's time to retaliate, Pao Tu. Really, I'm saying this in a kind of like I'm saying this in a kind and a soft way because I know how triggering this can be. But really, enough is enough. I'm not saying to you, but I mean, yeah, part of it is like enough is enough, that you stop allowing other people to dictate your life even. I'm also getting another message. If there are like some sort of parental figures, or there are some sort of authority figures in your life that keep telling you what to do or what not to do, are you listening to them? Right? You have a life of your own. You have a life of your dreams. You dictate how you want your life to be, not what others want you to be. You are supposed to be taking your energy, your power, your rights back, because you certainly have full control of your life. The divine is giving you like a clean slate right now, right? It's putting you in this sort of situation to trigger you, not in a way to punish you, but to make you realize that I was never meant to belong here. What kind of relationship, what kind of situation, what kind of friendship, what kind of relationship or friendship would I be in if I'm asked to sacrifice my true needs, if I'm asked to sacrifice myself, if I'm asked to shrink myself? Think about that, pile number 2, okay? And ultimately, the one making the decision is you. But you have no idea. You have no idea once you start, taking back your power, taking back your energy, and really focusing on what it is that you're meant to create, and what kind of change you would like to see in yourself and out there into the world, right? Because change always starts within. Change always starts with yourself first before you can start helping other people. And like I mentioned, you are meant to help other people. You are meant to help other people in a way where you are standing firmly and rooted in your power, where you are sharing your ideas, your gifts, right? You are sharing your wisdom, you're sharing your knowledge, because the Hierophant here, he's meant to be a mentor. He's meant to be a lot of people admire and respect. He is meant to share his own gifts, to share his personal experience and let other people relate it to them. Like, let other people realize that, hey, I can be like pile number 2 as well. I don't need to stay silent. I don't need to tolerate any bullshit. And the way you're taking back your power, it not only affects you, pile 2, it affects millions of people. Right? The ones that you are meant to help, the ones that you are meant to share with, your collective. You are meant to impact your people, right? The ones that think that they have lost themselves, but they want to be like you, to find their voice back, to allow themselves to be seen and heard for, to fight back, to fight for what's right, to fight for what's true. This is your purpose. Your purpose is to fight for what's true. And that you don't have to stay silent anymore. You don't have to be ABUSD and to stand there and let people ABUSD. No. I deserve to slap the shit out of those people. So pile number 2, I'm really here to let you know that your power is unimaginable. You don't even know how much you can impact other people. Right? But this starts within yourself. Right? You can't just help other people, but you not doing it for yourself, isn't it? No. The Queen of Swords here, she is a truth teller. She doesn't tolerate any nonsense. She doesn't tolerate any nonsense. Look at the Queen of Swords here. She's fiercely protective of what's right and what's true. She doesn't give a shit about those that, that don't even want to, those that wants to, consistently push her, overstep her. She will put them back into a place. That is your energy. That is your energy, pile number 2, not in this current situation that you're in right now. She gives no Fs. She can see through any manipulation, any games. And if you're questioning me, is the Queen of Swords really that powerful? Wait till you do that for yourself, right? Because this is what I see for the Queen of Swords. And especially if it's paired up with the Hierophant, they are unstoppable. They will not hesitate to tear down any fears, any power games, anything that has the potential to harm other people, anything that has the potential to silence others, to suppress, to dim, to shrink other people, to shrink the world even. Because that is what the collective is, as you can see, what the world is happening right now. A lot of us are rising. Because the world needs you. The world needs your gifts. The world needs your voice. The world needs. I'm getting ideology is what I'm getting as well. Do you know why the divine chose you in this matter? It's because you know justice. You know the sense of equality. You know what it is to be manipulated. You know what it feels like to be. You know what it feels like to be abused. You know how it feels. This is why you can help so many other people wanting to break free from this paradigm. You can help them. Therefore, help yourself. Pao 2. You cannot help other people without freeing yourself, okay? You cannot. The first thing you do is to identify your true needs, your boundaries, right? Where in the world do you feel the most, do you feel like you want to speak up on? Is there any issues, any circumstances that you feel so passionate about that you have had enough of, right? There are so many issues out there in the world that we have had enough of, right? Number one, I mean, this is for me personally, it's the divine feminine energy, right? The divine feminine has been suppressed and demonized for how many centuries? And I'm all for that, for divine feminine energy rising, for our intuition to rise, our sensitivity to rise, right? The respect for the feminine force to rise. This is for me, okay, personally. You have to find out for yourself. Nobody can do that for you. So once you start taking back your power, the universe will reflect the ones that are meant to follow your wisdom, take inspiration from you. It will mirror back to you. All of the self-respect that you have for yourself, it will reflect the respect from others back to you. You are meant to be a change. You are meant to change and innovate the entire world by sharing whatever you feel like sharing, right? It can be through anything. It can be through, maybe you are at a job right now, right? And you're thinking, how can I actually make the change? Through you speaking up. For example, if your boss or your manager has been exploiting you, or if your colleague has been making these passive aggressive comments, how can you retaliate? How can you actually stick by yourself and say that, hey, I don't like that. If you're not going to be respectful towards me, then get the fuck out here. Maybe towards your boss you might be like, oh, like I don't get I mean, yeah, we are all in different situations, so I totally understand, right? If it's through your boss, like, hey, we are at work right now, and I don't appreciate what you are saying right now. Just because you are my boss, it doesn't mean I have to tolerate this shit, right? And maybe you might think that, oh, but I don't want to risk losing my job. I understand that, right? I understand that. I understand how you feel, the fear of losing your job. But can I question you something back? Pile number 2 is that if you are consistently staying in a job where you are just where you are sacrificing yourself, where you're overthinking. Let's say your mental health has been compromised. You are already filled with anxiety. Your body is sending you a lot of signals that you are not meant to be in this environment. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you to quit and all of that stuff. Okay, listen to your intuition otherwise. Okay, maybe through speaking up things might get better, right? Or maybe it is a situation where you know yourself best. I'm not here to judge you. I am not here to tell you, to quit your job, to forget your bills and all of that stuff. No, absolutely not. We still have to survive in this real world. What I'm trying to offer is another perspective. You can take it if you want, but if you think what I'm saying is just stupid, or if you think that what I'm saying is just bullshit, then don't take it, right? I'm not going to take responsibility for any of you and all of that stuff. You do what feels best for you. Okay, I don't want you to end up saying that, hey, I took your advice and I quit. Now what? Right? It's like, no, I'm not going to be taking responsibility, and you know yourself best. You know what is the best decision for you. I'm sure you have your answer. What I'm trying to offer here is a different perspective. Okay, what I'm trying to offer here, it's a totally different perspective. So please take what it resonates. Okay? And that, is it really worth sacrificing your mental health for it? If your body gets sick, maybe the amount of money that you receive in your job is not even enough for the bills that you have to pay, or when your body shuts down, is it really worth that? Because once your body shuts down, you cannot really actually do anything, right? If you get sick, you're gonna have to lie in bed, and maybe lie in bed for even longer than even longer than that. So I'm asking you to consider carefully. Okay, always listen to your intuition above all else. But I'm here to show you and let you know that pound number 2, you don't need to sacrifice. You don't need to overgive. You don't need to overcompensate yourself. You don't need to go around asking for people for respect. You don't need to go around proving your worth to others. Because once you are in your self-respect, self-worth energy, I can assure you that what you want, you will get back. Maybe you want other people's validation and admiration. This is what you're going to receive. Once you start standing in that self-respect energy, once you start saying, no, I don't like that. No, I don't want this. No, I want this. I want to visit this specific place. I don't want to do that. Because you're not here to be controlled. You are a force to be reckoned with, Pao 2. Okay? The divine really wants me to emphasize on really your true power, your greatest strength is it's not only just from your mind, right, and your voice as well, the combination of both, right, the combination of your strong integrity, your strong values, what you place the most important on, right? What is it, the kind of change that you want to see within yourself and also out there into the world? Make that, do that, see that, and therefore lead, take action, guide. Be a guide for others, but don't save them. You are not here to save other people. You are not here to rescue other people from their problems. You are not. You can show them, right? But ultimately, whether or not they want to listen to it, that's their prerogative. You cannot force them to leave. That's what I'm doing here as well. I can tell you. But ultimately, you are the one making the decision. Whether or not, do you want to be stuck here forever? That's up to you. Do you want to really be so rooted in your power, right? In your right, in your self-expression, in your authenticity? It's up to you. Because your authenticity will shine and it will help so many people. But I'm just getting a strong sense of like your mind being a powerful asset, but it can also be a double-edged sword, right? It can also kind of hinder, especially when you're using your mind in ways where you're overthinking, right? Where you're putting so much focus on other people's needs or other people, then that's when it will start to limit you, I would say. Okay, pile 2. So yeah, that's all that I have for this tarot portion of the reading. So, secondly, how can you open up to the love the universe has for you? So we have the Chariot, and we have new home, moving, redecorate, and safe space. Okay, so pile number 2. Hold on, let me put this in here. Yep, it looks better. Okay. How can you open up to the love the universe has for you? Maybe there is like an opportunity for you to move, right? It's pretty obvious you have the new home. And safe space, safe place, right? I keep wanting to say safe space, but maybe there's an opportunity for you to create a safe space for yourself, right? And maybe the current situation in your home right now might not be the best one for you. This is why there could be an opportunity for you to move, right? There could be an opportunity for you to move to a place where you want to be closer to nature, for example, or where you get to have a life of your own, where you get to live a life of independence, right? And what are you ready to release to receive the love that the universe has for you? I'm getting strongly with comfort zone. Yeah, you might be asked to leave your comfort zone, right? You might be staying with your parents, right? Or you might be staying with a friend, or you might be renting a place with someone, and maybe Spirit is saying that you might want to cultivate a place where you can live for yourself, right? Not to say that there's something wrong with living with a roommate or living with someone else, but maybe there might be a space there that you could cultivate more, that you can cultivate more in a space where it's just truly yours, is what I'm getting. Or maybe some of you might be afraid, right? Afraid of living alone, that you want to live with someone else. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Absolutely. But I feel like, what are you ready to release? It's also the need for other people to be with you. The need for others' company. Yeah. The need for others' company. And this is not, I'm not trying to say that you have to be alone all the time. Of course, this is very essential and valid for us all to have true and secure connections. What I'm saying is that for this group, there might be some of you, right, that might have a hard time being alone, or that you want somebody to be around you or to be with you everywhere you go, and you might have a hard time leading your own life. You might struggle with being alone, right? Being independent, truly making a living for yourself. Or I'm getting another message is that you might still depend on your, family for your survival needs, right? And this is, of course, I personally am still going through this, so I totally understand what you are currently going through right now, pile number 2. What I'm saying is that despite you not having your own home, not having your own house, right, or still living with other people, is it possible for you to create a safe space for yourself? Is it possible to cultivate like a room of your own, where your room is not filled with, your room is not kind of a combination with others? If you're saying that you have your partner, right, you live with your partner, then are you able to cultivate a room for yourself where you actually can be alone? We can actually engage in meditation, we can actually engage in practices that might serve you when you are best alone, because I'm seeing that you might struggle with autonomy. You might struggle with just living your own life in general. Pile number 2. Okay, because you are afraid to be alone, right? You are scared to be alone and you don't want to, which is totally okay, right? Okay to a sense where, yeah, it's totally okay for you to have somebody to accompany you in your home. But what I'm saying is that to really create a safe space for yourself, right? To have like a room of your own, right? Despite we are in a house, we live under the same roof, but that doesn't mean that we have to spend 24/7 spending time together, right? You should cultivate space and time for you and you only, without anybody else knocking at your door, without anybody else, kind of disturbing you to a sense, is what I'm getting. Because what you're really ready to release, it's your own comfort zone, right? It's finally making the decision that maybe you have been procrastinating or struggling with for a very long time, that maybe you might want to move out, or you might want to find a home of your own, that you can actually, make this home your own personal space, right? That nobody can actually step into it, or maybe your closest one can step into it, right? So you gotta have to allow yourself to be independent. You cannot always rely on other people to help you, right? One day you are going to have to take responsibility for yourself and to be a mature adult. I'm seeing the number 29, so 29 could be significant, or you could be 29 years old, and 29 reminds me of Saturn return. So some of you might be going through a Saturn return right now, that you are asked to fully step up, you are asked to fully lead and make the decision for your life. You don't get to let other people tell you what to do, or you don't get to stay stuck in your comfort zone, or to be codependent with others, or that you needing other people to accompany you 24/7, right? The key here is 24/7. Okay, having connection, truly authentic connection, is very nourishing, very enriching. But ultimately, we are the one making decision for yourself, right? The people in your life, they cannot make decisions for you. They cannot always be with you whenever you do something. Ultimately, you have to make the decision. If you're uncomfortable with what you're doing right now, you gotta have to make the change. And what you're really ready to release is really your need for other people to be involved in your decision all the time. Maybe you might have a tendency to ask other people for advice, right? Therefore neglecting your own. And the divine is saying that you have to make the decision for yourself. You cannot be like, oh, what do you think I should do next? What do you think I should do? What do you think I should eat? Where should I go? How should I take my next step? Other people can give you advice, sure. You can ask other people for advice, right? But can you rely on them for the decision that you make? You can't. Because you are putting yourself and the other people in danger. Yourself means that you are giving your power away so easily. And for others is that if, let's say, if they tell you to, left or right, and you wanted to go left, but they told you to go right, and you head to right, and you might regret the decision, and you might blame that friend, you might blame that closest person, you might blame that person in your life, and therefore disrupting your friendship, relationship, right? So Spirit is saying that you gotta have to grow up and mature at some point in your life. There are so many situations where we are going to have to make for ourselves. No one is going to do it for you. And this is not to say that you can't be your childlike energy, or that you have to be mature and serious all the time, like I have to be this Saturn, big daddy energy all the time, that I can't have fun. That is not what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that if your decisions have to come from others, it cannot, if you have a hard time doing things for yourself, if you have a hard time making that decision for yourself, if you have a hard time leading your life, right? Putting yourself at the driver's seat, not other people, Spirit is going to push you to that. The divine will not allow you to consistently rely on others to the point that you forget that you have your own power too. You have your own life to live. Even if you're living with even if you're living with like a group of friends, for example, right? Let's say one day you might think that, oh, I don't really want to live here anymore. I'm ready to live alone, or I feel a call to live alone. I feel a call to move to another country, to another state, to another city. And you might make that move, but you don't really want to make that decision because you don't want to abandon your friends or don't want to abandon your people, which I get it, right? Which I get it. I understand that we don't want to be separated from maybe our parents, our friends. But then someday you're going to have to make that decision. If you are saying that you live with your partner, right? But I'm going to tread my word very carefully here, because if you're kind of living with your partner, of course, but are the both of you growing together, or are you just kind of staying in your comfort zone forever? Let's say one person wants to, move to another city or state, and maybe one partner wants to stay at their current place. And this is a conversation that you're going to have with your partner. I'm not going to make that decision for you. Okay? This is the time where you have to consider, okay, I want to grow. I don't want to stay here forever. But your partner also has the free will to, want to stay. And this is the decision that you're going to make, right? Am I going to stay with my partner? Or do I want to continue pursuing what I want to pursue? And this is a discussion that you're going to have with one another, right? This is definitely not an easy one. It's going to be challenging. It is. So what the divine want you to release is really your mindset, like your perspective shift of just wanting things to stay for a certain time, or you just being in this home, in this space forever, because nothing is going to be stagnant forever. Everything is going to change. But is this change you are willing to take? Or do you want to sacrifice your needs, sacrifice yourself, just so you could be with your people that you already are comfortable with? Ultimately, you're going to have to be the one that makes the decision, right? I'm treading my words very carefully, because this is not an easy message to channel, definitely. Yeah. You are ready to release your limited perspective. You are ready to release me needing to live for other people, right? I'm gonna give an example, which is, for example, you live with your parents, right? And maybe your parents, they are old, and you feel a responsibility to take care of them. but you feel like you want to move to another country, you want to study abroad, for example, but you don't want to leave your parents because you feel a sense of safety and a sense of comfort here. Because you feel responsible for your parents, which I get it, right? I struggle with this too. I'm an only child as well, my parents are old. So I totally get this energy, right? It is not an easy message for me to channel because I struggle with this personally. So I feel for you, pile number 2. I really do. So this is, what are you really ready to release? It's really kind of your need to want to rescue other people. It's really kind of your need to want to be responsible for others. You might worry that, oh, but what if the both of them are here alone and they don't have anybody to be with? But you are kind of sacrificing yourself, right? But you have the right to chase your dreams. How long do you feel like you have to not chase your dreams because you don't want them to suffer, or you don't want them to be alone? Oh, this is a hard message for me too, Spirit. So I can see how difficult this is. I struggle with this, pile number 2. So no wonder why it's hard for me to channel this, because yeah, I also have this sense of wanting to be free, right? Wanting to live a different life from what I'm currently living right now. But at the same time, I don't want to give up my comfort zone too, right? I have that too, pile 2. So no judgment, no shame here. I don't want to leave my comfort zone. I don't want to leave my nest, right? But at the same time, I kind of don't want to leave my parents, or like I worry about them. But I'm so sorry, pile 2. This is going to be a decision that you ultimately have to make. Are you going to sacrifice your dreams and your goals? Or are you going to really put it down, right? And like be like, oh, it's not to say that I don't care about you, or that I don't care about our relationship or our friendship, but I have to do this. I feel a strong calling to it. I have to do this. And if I continue, staying here, I'm going to end up resenting you. I'm going to end up resenting you. I'm going to end up resenting myself because I didn't take the chance when I didn't take this chance when I have to. Or I missed this chance because I want to be with you, or I want to stay here. And maybe, maybe there are some of you that think that, oh, but I'm willing to sacrifice myself to be with my friends, to be with my partner, to be with my parents. Sure, right? Ultimately, what serves you, ultimately, what is happy for you, right? I'm not going to shame you and judge you for it. Like, yeah, you can make the decision, be like, oh, I decide to stay because I miss my parents. I miss my parents, or I miss my partner, I miss my family, my friends. I didn't want to leave them, and it's totally okay. That is your decision. It's your decision, it's your life. But no buts, okay? But if you are the one that makes the decision that to stay, good for you, right? I'm happy for you. But I just feel like there are a lot of you who picked this pile. You want to chase your dreams. You want to chase your goals. You want to sort of break free from this limitation, from your mindset, but your fear is kind of stopping you. Your fear is kind of trying to control you, trying to think that, oh, but what if I leave? What if things don't get better, right? What if my friends and my family, they hate me? What if they don't want to be friends with me anymore? What if they hate me? What if they cast me aside? Is this a price that I'm willing to pay? It's up to you to make the decision, okay? It's not easy. It's really not easy for me to channel this because I struggle with this, yeah. Okay, pile number 2. So, like I want to mention, for that reading, what are you ready to release? It's really up to you. Okay, your mindset, your limitation. I feel like it's very hard for me to channel this current messages, so I apologize to my spirit guides and to your spirit guides for not being able to channel this properly, because I can see how difficult it is, right? Are you going to choose fear, or are you going to choose to break free from it and still go for it, even if others might not understand you, even if you are being misunderstood, even if they might abandon you, even if they might dislike you, even if they might paint you to be the bad person? And this is a question you're going to have to ask yourself. Is this a price you're willing to pay? Right? Is this a price that you're willing to pay? But what if I end up resenting myself? What if I end up resenting other people? Because of my need because of my need to want these people to stay, to have what I already have right now. I feel very happy and content here. You might think to yourself, right? And I'm going to leave this as an open question, right? Because I don't know. Some of you might want to stay, some of you might still want to leave, which is up to you, right? None of these are right and wrong. It's really up to you. The divine is giving you an open blank paper for you to fill up. But what I want to say out here is that change is still going to come knocking at your door. Change is going to come knocking at your door. You cannot be the one that stays comfortable forever. Especially if you are here listening to this. You will always have to make a decision, make a move someday. Okay? And maybe you might feel satisfied right now, but what if, like, after a few months later, you might regret your decision? So think carefully and tread carefully. Okay, pile 2, this is what you're ready to release, which is your comfort zone, which is your deepest fears. These are the fears that are not easily to cross over. These are the fears that we mostly are being controlled by as well. Okay? So, yeah. It's really important for you to live a life of your dreams, but that dreams, you're gonna have to sacrifice some of the things, right? Maybe sacrifice being misunderstood, sacrifice people abandoning you, sacrificing people disliking you, even sacrificing your family, painting you to be this bad villain. And I want to ask you, is this a price you're willing to pay, pile 2? Okay. So there is no right or wrong answer. It's just how you want to view it. It's just a perspective shift and a mindset shift. Ultimately, what the divine wants you to release is your limiting perspective, is your limiting mindset, as well as your comfort zone. Really, your comfort zone. and your need for other people's approval, your need to hand your power over to others, right? Consistently asking other people, what should I eat? What should I do today? What's my next step? You can't do that forever. You're gonna have to be at the driver's seat and control your life. Okay, so I kind of made a mistake, right? It's actually supposed to, how can you open up to the love the universe has for you? And I used it as, what are you ready to release to receive the love that the universe has for you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, okay? And yeah, it should be, how can you open up to the love of the universe for that previous one, okay, for the Chariot and the new home, moving, redecorate, and save space. How can you open up to the love the universe has for you? Not what are you ready to release, okay? I made this mistake, I think, my previous reading as well, and I totally apologize for that. So next, we will see, what are you ready to release to receive the love that the universe has for you? Oops, we have the Judgment card. I'm gonna have to cover this up. Hopefully this is okay. Okay, it's okay, we will use this card. Never mind. We'll use this. Okay, oopsie. Okay. What are you ready to release to receive the love that the universe has for you? Okay, this is the Judgment card. And we have, do more of what you love. Yes. What are you ready to release? So you are ready to rise from whatever it is that you have been, hold on. You are ready to rise to whatever it is that has been holding you back. So the Judgment card is all about awakening, right? It's all about awakening to a higher reality. It's all about awakening to a higher truth where you are in control of your life, right? You are not meant to do things like others. You are meant to be an unconventional soul, right? You can't be giving your power away to anybody, especially the ones that tells you what to do and what not to do, right? Because the Judgment card, it's about Pluto energy, right? It's Scorpio and Aries. It's all about change. It's all about transformation. It's all about awakening yourself, where you are seeing yourself in a very, where you're seeing yourself very differently right now. Maybe you might think to yourself that you are kind of like an ugly duckling, but you're allowed to be this black swan, right? You are allowed to live a life of passion. I was thinking about this to myself yesterday, where, for example, you might want to have a relationship that you feel safe with, right? Because obviously, you know, being safe is the main first priority. You can't feel safe with a person, right? If you can't be in a relationship with a person if you're not going to be safe with him or her, right? So, but you also desire a love that is intense, that is, you know, full of passion. And this is something that you can get in this lifetime. You don't have to see things in a very black and white way where, I can have this, or like I can only have this, I can't have the other one. You can live a life of passion, but at the same time, you can also live a life of stability, of security, and of safety and trust and loyalty as well, isn't it? So what are you really ready to release? It's your need to consistently it's your need for black and white. Is your need to be like, so I want to have this. You know, I want to live a life of fulfillment. I want material abundance. That doesn't mean that you can't have a life of emotional fulfillment, isn't it? You can have a life of both. You can totally focus on your own desires, especially the ones that you truly feel the most connected to, you truly feel the most called to, right? Yes, sometimes there are sacrifices to be made, but what makes you think that you can't have both? What makes you think that you can't choose both? Right? Like what I previously mentioned about the Chariot card, about the how can you open up to the love the universe has for you? It's what I'm trying to say is that once you leave your comfort zone, you are going to outgrow some people, places, and situations and environments. You cannot hold on to what you used to hold on to. That's the thing that you gotta have to sacrifice for, which is what is it that you've been attaching yourself to? What is it that you've been holding yourself out too tightly on? Isn't it? If you start to grow, this is 100%, right? There are going to be certain situations and people in your life that are going to fall away. And maybe there are those one or two that they are ready to grow with you. They might come with you, right? But that is not guaranteed that everybody that is going to come with you, because there are some that just wants to stay in their comfort zone, which is of course okay. They have the right to. But you're going to have to decide if you want to grow, right? You're going to have to leave some things behind. And this is very different from what I was trying to say, where you can't have both. Because when you start to grow, when you start to outgrow some people, when you start to live a life not relating to fear, but more according to love's will and love's highest good, you cannot use your past way of thinking to view what is it right now. You cannot force the ones that wants to stay to grow. You can take one to two situations. You can take 1 to 2 people with you, of course, if they want to, right? If they want to, not out of force, if they want to, if they are willing to grow with you. But ultimately, there are those that doesn't want to grow. And you can't force them. But ultimately, you can't sacrifice yourself as well. Right? You're ready to release the limitations of thinking that you can only have one or the other, like material abundance versus emotional fulfillment. Why can't you have both? I have this mindset that we can have both. Right? We can have both emotional fulfillment and abundance at the same time. And we can use our creativity, we can use our passion to gain financial abundance, right? To gain what we need financially, to gain what we want in our physical reality, to create what we need. So really, what are you ready to release? I feel like more of it really has to do with your fear-based mindset. It has to do with your limiting beliefs on how you want things to proceed, and what you think you can do and what you think you can achieve. Because the judgment is kind of like a resurrection, right? It's kind of like people who are, people who awaken from the dead, people who awaken from the coffin. They receive the trumpet from Archangel Gabriel. They receive this call that they are meant to rise up. And look at them, they are just feeling like, oh, finally, I'm finally transformed, I'm finally awakened. That is because that is their call. And your call is to release the need to stay stuck in one place. That is not where you're supposed to be in. You cannot be in one place forever. Sometimes you gotta have to move. And like I mentioned, this is not to say that you can't have stability, or you can't have safety, you can't have security. You can have. But ultimately, when Archangel Gabriel calls you, when Spirit calls you, it's time for you to move, it's time for you to change. And you can feel that calling deep inside your soul. This is not just like a random, oh, I want to change. This is really something that's deep within the yearnings of your soul. Like, hey, I feel the urge to move. I feel like I don't belong here anymore. I feel like I am not supposed to be here anymore. Maybe I've been here for 20 years, maybe I've been here for 10 years, and I feel so called to move right now. I feel so called to move to another country. I don't want to stay here anymore, or I don't want to do this job anymore. I have another passion that I want to fulfill. I have another thing that I want to fulfill. I have another thing that I want to achieve. And that is okay. Listen to that calling. Listen to the yearnings of your soul. Right? You are ready to release the deep need for things to stay stagnant forever. Because I can assure you that they won't. Things won't change. Maybe it's the yearnings of your soul. Maybe it's the callings of what you need, of what you want to do. It doesn't have to be a relationship per se. It doesn't have to. If you are ready to grow, let's say, for example, I don't know, okay, maybe this relationship feels very stagnant or very stuck, or like you are not learning more or growing anymore. You're just staying stuck here. And if one of your core values is to grow and learn and mature together with this relationship, maybe that's your time to kind of self-reflect and maybe, do a check-in with your partner. Be like, hey, I'm all about comfort. I'm all about security, but I feel like maybe it's time for us to, do a little bit of changes in our life or what we want. Maybe you're somebody that loves, jumping from one city to another, but maybe your partner loves to stay in this city for like maybe 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. Maybe you're somebody that likes to move from one place to another. And this is where it's time to consider whether is it resonating with you. And to check in with your partner as well. And like I mentioned, it can be a very difficult decision to make because you don't want to lose what you already have. And we are all attached to comfort for a certain period of time. We might be comfortable with who we are right now, but who knows, maybe 10 years down the road, we might have a very different perspective of who we are. This is why I feel like what is it that you're ready to release? We are ready to release this comfort that your mind is very attached to, right? That has this very controlling voice, that has this very controlling energy that doesn't want you to move or just wants you to be here. Because I can see that you're somebody that grows and evolves all the time. Yes, you might have, you have a certain things that you stay loyal to, of course. But maybe there are some other parts of your life that you want to change, that you want to outgrow, isn't it? And I don't know what the future holds. You don't know too. Right? You might feel called to do this job right now, but maybe a few years down the road, you don't want to do this job anymore. This is why I feel like Spirit doesn't want you to focus so much on the details of your life. Like, oh, before I reach 40, I want to have this amount of money. I want to reach this state of being. I want to be this. I want to be that. Like, release that. And to allow yourself to change and transform effortlessly in a way where you are listening to your intuition, trusting yourself, following what makes your soul yearns, following the desires of the calling of your soul, is to allow yourself to, fluctuate sometimes and not to stay stagnant just in one point, because your soul is meant to fluctuate in this way. That is what you're ready to release, to receive the love that the universe has for you, because the universe would love to give you so much more than what you think you can achieve right now. but only the limitations of your mind. There is a lot about the mind that is coming through. Even I'm seeing the Queen of Swords as well. You have a lot in your head that you want to achieve. You have a lot in your mind that you want to do. But maybe you feel like that couldn't satisfy you, or maybe you think that that's just a faraway dream that cannot be achieved in this lifetime. Who told you that? Who told you that you can't live a life of love, of compassion, but live a life of abundance, that I can spend on whatever I want to. I can fly to wherever I want to fly to. Yes, you have some obligations, of course. Yes, you have some responsibilities that you need to tend to. But it doesn't mean that you have to stay stuck here forever. And embrace your ability to change, to transform. Not to stay in one place for a very long time. This message is really very triggering for me to channel. Okay for you, pile number 2. But I know that I have to put these messages out there even if it makes me very uncomfortable. This is as well part of my own calling too. And you have your own too, right? You have your own calling. You have your own wish to fulfill. Now is not the time to live for others. Now is the time to live for you, to please yourself. You have been living your life for others for how long? 20 years? 30 years? 40 years? And I know that a message like this it can be very triggering. Because you feel a sense of attachment to it, you are tying your identity to it, that you feel like you can't release it, or that you are going to be bound to this forever. You won't. At some point in time, like I mentioned, change is going to come knocking at your door. You cannot resist it. No matter how much you try to stuff it down, I can assure you, you are not going to resist it, because you know that's what you always wanted. But somehow you have your own consideration, you have your own concerns, right? Maybe because of the people that are in your life, right? That you don't wanna give up on. But what good would it do to you if you are staying for them? I keep getting this message of you resenting them, right? Or maybe they might ask you to grow. Maybe some of them might ask you to stay, some of them might ask you to grow, but what good it is if you are staying for them, and in turn you are sacrificing yourself. Maybe some of you might think that, oh, it's worth it, right? It's worth it. They might not end up hating me. They might not end up abandoning me. Sure, that is up to you. But I want to let you know that I want to let those people that are ready to fly free, that are ready to change and transform, to let them know that, you don't have to sacrifice yourself. You don't have to have a strong bond or tie to whatever it is that you have been attaching yourself to. It is scary. It is scary and uncomfortable. Change is scary. Not a lot of people have the courage to do that. Even I myself sometimes too. And you too. Because we are all human. But ultimately, the decision that we're going to make, I hope that it resonates with you. I hope that you don't go down maybe a few years down the road, that you're going to end up resenting it. You're going to end up like regretting it. You're going to be like, why did I stay for these people? Why did I stay for this person? Is it really them that I'm worrying about, or am I just projecting it? Is it because of the fear of it? Maybe they might tell you that, if you leave, you cannot come back here again. They might threaten you. And ultimately, I'm so sorry, Pal too, but if the ones that fear you leave and they threaten you, you have to consider, are they really the people that are meant for me? Even if I have to be abandoned, do I still want to go after my dreams and live a life of no regrets? What if 20 years down the road I regret it? I end up resenting myself. Why did I even do that? Am I just afraid of the consequences? Or the fear that I have within me? Right? So yeah, this is just what you're ready to release, to receive the love that the universe has for you. I really hope that this reading makes sense. More importantly, I really hope that this reading kind of resonates with you at a certain level where you are not allowing your fears to kind of control you. Okay, because that is a hard energy to swallow. Okay, that is a hard energy for me, I swear to God. Okay, let's take final card from the Keepers of the Light Oracle to see which gods, goddesses, archangels, ascended masters. I want to see, do they have any final messages for you? Any unconditionally loving sources, anything that you think of, any gods, goddesses, ascended masters, angels, archangels, anything that you want. Okay. Whew. I swear to God, that is a hard message for me to channel, so I'm struggling with it myself. I have to put it out here. Even as I was channeling these messages, I kept hearing like, but what if, what if these people threaten me? What if this, what if that? Like, yeah, you have so many what ifs in your head. You have so many what ifs in your head. But what I want to ask you is that, if these people truly, let's say if they really threaten you, right? Or if they might abandon you someday, or if they might really, they might not understand you, for example, and yes, it might leave you feeling very disappointed and misunderstood. But what I want to ask you, Pao, too, is that, is it really worth it? Is it really worth for you sacrificing your needs? Sacrificing your needs for the sake of wanting this person to leave? Because what if this person is not meant for you anymore? What if they don't resonate with you? They might be with you for a very long time and you don't bear to leave them. But what if I'm here to tell you that in the future you might meet somebody who might resonate with you more, who is your truly authentic soul tribe. They would grow with you, right? They would mature with you. And the ones that you're meant to leave behind, I'm so sorry, but they are not meant to be for you. If they misunderstand you, if they don't understand you, if they try to, if they don't want you to leave, right, for the sake of their own benefit, then I'm sorry, these are very selfish reasons. That is not a reason for you. That is not a reason for you to that is not a reason for you to not grow. That is not a reason for you to leave. That is not a reason for you to stay behind. Right? What good has to do for you? You. Okay? Whew. Okay. So we will see which gods, goddesses, archangels have for you for final messages. Okay, we have Lady Nada. I feel called to take one more. Okay, we have Hilarion of Divine Healing. Yes. So we have Lady Nada with Heart Awakening. Yeah, awaken to acceptance and divine love. Give and receive in balance. I keep seeing Lord Kanish in my heart, even if he didn't appear in this reading. But Lord Kanish could be very significant, right? And Lady Nada with Heart Awakening. Yeah, there is a lot that is being awakened within you. Love to kind of wash away the fears that you have been having in your mind, because I feel a sense of heaviness when I'm channeling these messages, because it's so difficult for me as I'm being trapped in fear. And it's definitely your energy pile number 2, because as I was channeling, I keep hearing, what if, what if this happened? What if that happened? So many what ifs. Like, oh my God. And I really just hope that this love that Lady Nada has for you will help to wash away any fears that you might be having. So, okay. Lady Nada is said to be another incarnation of Mary Magdalene, but even if she is, the energies are slightly different. Lady Nada is a mighty spiritual priestess of love who once existed in the land of Atlantis. She's the light force that helps us awaken our heart to the divine love we dissolve the light. The light keeper whose essence allows the light within our heart to expand, revealing a true, real, naked, and vulnerable aspect of our soul. She brings an opportunity to experience divine love, whether through a relationship, adventure, or experience. Yes, my attention is up on this adventure. You are meant to have a loving adventure through this lifetime, right? The cave of your heart is opening wide for you to experience divine love. You have an opportunity to overcome past pain, heartbreak, and letdowns. This is a wonderful time to cherish and love yourself, and then allow yourself to be cherished and loved by others. If you feel love revealing itself clearly in your heart, have courage and move into a state of trust. You are reminded that when true love is present, when divine love is present, there are no obstacles to overcome. It will be there, clear, pure, and real for you to experience. Your relationships are being brought into harmony on all levels of your life. Give and receive divine love with yourself and all those around you. Yes, there is a level of nakedness and vulnerability that you're going to experience once you start to outgrow that pattern, once you start to outgrow the people, places, and situations that have been weighing you and harboring you down. Yeah, you are meant to receive, unconditional love for the highest good of yourself, not when you are people pleasing, not when you are self-sacrificing your needs. Right? I can really see that fear has you in control, right? Like fear really has you in its own grasp, where you just get into your mind, you start to overthink, you start to get anxious, you start to wonder, right? And I'm here to tell you that you don't have to let fear control you. All you have to do is listen to your heart, what it wishes to tell you. And if the ones that they don't want to see you grow, let them be, right? And we have Hilarion of Divine Healing. Honor your sensitivity, retreat or recharge, and heal your light can support others. Yes, kind of similar to the rest card that you got. Just about, you need a lot of rest, you need a lot of sleep. Don't forget to give yourself love, right? Before you keep pouring into other people on an empty cup of yours. Hilarion is a spiritual master who lived in the Middle East during the 4th century. At the age of 15, he felt the call to go to the retreat of Saint Anthony in the Egyptian desert. That's what I was getting, right? At any age, at any point in your life, you might feel a strong calling to do something, right? But you might feel a strong calling to do something, to go for something, to do something very different. That is your calling. Go for it. Go for it, okay? This was busy with people needing healing, so after a while, he went back home with some monks. During that time, his parents passed away, and it said that Hilarion was so devoted to service, he gave all of their estate to his brothers and the poor. For the rest of his life, he lived as a hermit in a cave and was said to perform miracles with his prayers and touch. To the day, he's dedicated to healing, but he also helps spiritual people who feel overly sensitive to overcome their challenges and integrate with the normal world. The world can seem overwhelming to you, and it's okay to retreat to a safe space every now and then to cleanse and recharge your energy. You may feel called to serve others or share your healing with them, but please ensure you are filled up with light, love, and energy first, so you are not sacrificing your own development for others. You are surrounded by the healing light of Hilarion and the healing angels at this time so that you can recharge and feel whole. Yeah, so that is all that I have for you. I really hope that these messages resonate, and to also remember to take a step back. Pour back into yourself first, always. Okay, this is a time of you. You, not for others, you. And I really want to apologize if there are a lot of mistakes that I kind of made, that I kind of stumble upon through this Pautu's reading, but thank you so much for being so patient with me and for accepting me for who I am and for allowing me to make mistakes. Sincerely, really, I've always had a hard time making mistakes, and thank you so much, Pautu, for being so patient and for allowing me to make mistakes along the way. And yeah, just thank you so much. And I want to let you know that you're allowed to make mistakes as well, okay? You are truly loved and deeply cherished and valued by the spiritual worlds, even if there are nobody that cherishes you in the physical plane. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much for being patient with me. If you're interested, you can check out my blog, heightspamela.substack.com. If you're interested in my podcast, you can check out Life by Pam podcast on Spotify or Apple Podcast. Yeah, please remember to give me a like, subscribe, and comment if you want to. And yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much to the universe and your spirit guides for allowing me to channel messages for you. It's such an honor. It's such a blessing. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you so much for allowing me to be my most silly self ever. And yeah, I really hope that this reading resonates, and I'll see you guys in my next reading. Bye! Hi, welcome back, pile number 3. If this is the image that you picked, then this is going to be your reading for today. As some of you might just skip the intro, I'm going to explain it again. For those that came from the intro, thank you, and please bear with me while I repeat this message. I will not be doing any energy check because Spirit didn't want me to limit the people watching this. Like, you don't have to resonate with the energy check in order for you to watch this reading. Okay, so Spirit didn't want me to place any limits on it, so here I am. I am very excited to be reading this message for you. So if you would like to know what goes in this reading, please check out the intro. And thank you so much for being here and for sharing your energy with me. I really hope that this reading is going to resonate. So when you are listening to this reading, right, maybe you yourself have experienced the love that the divine has for you in your daily life. Please don't just limit it to a person giving you love. Okay, and honestly, throughout pile number 1 and pile number 2, it's really not what I thought of, and it's actually kind of pretty interesting. So you will know when I get started with the reading. Okay, so I personally believe that we have been blessed by the divine in some sort of way, right? Maybe in like situations, maybe in other people, maybe in the signs and synchronicities that you see every single day, right? Or maybe in just situations that you don't even recognize yourself, right? Or that you might take it for granted a lot of the times, right? Which there is no shame and judgment here. Okay, I take things for granted a lot of the time. So this is why gratitude can help to open up so much more, right, to the blessings and the love that the divine wants to show us. Please know that whatever love that you have always desired, whatever love that you've always wanted for, you will get it. Okay, you will receive it through anything. It doesn't just have to be this very specific thing like romantic love that you are trying to receive. Romantic love can have so many, right? It doesn't have to be like through a person. It can be through a community. It can even be through yourself. It can be through the feelings of your body that you feel love for, right? Like, please don't micromanage the universe. Okay, you are making the love that you're receiving harder than it's supposed to. All right, so if you still think that this reading has nothing to do with you, or like, oh, I don't know if this makes any sense and all, and honestly, like I mentioned, for pile number 1 and pile number 2, the readings are vastly different from what I thought of, and yeah, it's just what is going to come through is going to come through. Okay, if you still think that this has nothing to do with you, please check out other piles or other tarot readers out there. Okay, you are a mature adult listening to this reading. I am sure you can take responsibility for yourself, and to please be very discerning with what you take from this reading. Please know that this is a general reading. Not everything is going to resonate. Okay, you have the free will to step out of this reading. Listen with responsibility. All right, thank you. So let's get started. So if you pick this, nature is your friend, be one with nature and find yourself becoming at peace. I'm going to put this aside first. And we have, as usual, 3 tarot cards. So first card, we have 4 of Pentacles. We have 3 of Pentacles. And we have the Knight of Cups and the Wheel of Fortune in the reverse. Very interesting. How does the universe show you love? Pile number 3. I feel like how the universe shows you love is by showing you don't need to change who you are at your core in order for you to attract what you need. You don't have to be impressionable. You don't have to be charismatic. You don't have to kind of perform in order for you to receive love. Like, this is kind of like a reminder here, because the way the universe shows you love is by reflecting similar traits that you have from other people back to you. It's by showing you that, hey, I can have these traits of myself, and that I don't have to shame these aspects of me in order for me to gain and receive love, or in order for me to gain and receive physical, material stuff that you need in your real world, is the message that I'm getting here. Because with the Three of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles, there is something that you've been holding on to very tightly, right? It could be some sort of physical possession, or it could be like an identity that you've been holding on to, that you think that, oh, I need to be in some sort of way in order for me to attract what I need, in order to attract the love that I want, or that I can't open myself up because I might get hurt, or that other people, when they see the real me, I am going to, like, they are going to leave me, or they are going to think, I'm weird. They are going to think that they are just not going to like me. You might have this limiting belief right now, but the universe is saying that you don't have to carry all of these things by yourself. Right? You don't have to be hyper independent. You don't have to act like you gotta have to be the strong one in order for you to receive love. Because the universe shows you love through the ones that are very similar like you. They share similar traits with you. They are somebody that is also kind of out of place, so to speak. They don't really belong here. They might be otherworldly just like you, right? And they share similar traits as well. People you might meet, people you might collaborate with, people you are meant to be with, right? Or people that you are meant to help, even people that you are meant to partner up with, right? Romantic or platonic or business. These are the people that are meant to bring you a lot of great happiness and a lot of deep fulfillment within. But the universe can't give it to you if you are consistently performing, or you feel like there is some sort of expectation that I need to uphold in order for me to be loved, in order for me to be cared for. Because only that, if you start performing, if you think that there's some sort of expectation they need to uphold, the universe will bring you that. The universe will bring surface level people. Not that there's anything wrong with surface level people, but they might not bring you what you truly deserve or what you truly desire, because you are afraid, because you are scared of being vulnerable, because you are scared of being yourself. Right? You are afraid. You want emotional depth, you want emotional closeness, but are you doing that? Are you opening yourself up? Or are you just hiding in layers of shame and guilt for who you are? This is a part where it's actually kind of how does the universe show you love is actually through physical reality, through the people that you meet. Yes, through the people that you meet, through the people that you connect with, the people that you can see yourself in them, is what I'm getting. Because because you share similar traits, or like you might see a past version of yourself on them, and that's the reason why you can see, that's the reason why you want to help these people. That's the reason why you feel a sense of connection to them. Maybe there is some sort of trait that maybe the past you had. Straight to my mind I can think about is people pleasing, right? You might people please in the past, and you might actually see this person having this trait within, and you want to help them too. Of course, in a way where they want to be helped, right? Not in a way where you are forcing against their will, where they don't want to be helped. What I'm saying is that the people that you're meant to meet, the people that you're meant to be attracted to and to really be close with, that you share similar traits, you share similar values with, these are the people that you can truly help, and they want to be helped too, right? It goes both ways. And I'm also getting another thing with how does the universe show you love? It's also by showing you that you are in control of your own destiny. You are in control of who you are. You don't have to fit in. You don't necessarily have to meet some sort of societal standards in order for you to be impressionable, in order for you to be pretty, in order for you to be gorgeous, right? The Wheel of Fortune here in the reverse, it shows me that somebody who is in full control of their destiny, right? And what I mean by destiny is that it's a combination of your own free will and a combination of the universe's plan. It's a combination of both. And that you are in control of that, even though you're not in control about how things go about, but you can control how you want to react to certain things. You're in control of how you want to live your life, because that is the free will that is being given to us, isn't it? But are you using that free will to unveil yourself, to show yourself, to reveal yourself to the world, to reveal yourself to people? Or are you just hiding in plain sight, or hiding in shame and guilt? Because the universe can't give you love, can't show you love if you're consistently hiding where, let's say for example, you have a need, right? You want somebody who is also has that same level of emotional depth that you require, but maybe this person can't fulfill you. Maybe they could just, maybe you need this level of emotional depth, but this person can only have this, and this amount of gap is huge. And this is when you're gonna have to you have to communicate with the other person, right? But also noticing that, are they willing to meet you even deeper? Because if they can't, then this is the thing where you're going to have to decide yourself. That's the thing, you have the free will. The universe shows you love by showing you that you are in control of your own life. Nobody has the right to deter you. Nobody has the right to take you out of your seat, because you are the main character in your own story, right? Everybody is a main character in their own story, but you can't let other people, have that power over you, right? I'm giving a very straight up example. For example, right? You collaborate with this person, and then you realize this person, maybe they have, maybe after months or years of collaboration, and you realize that this person is not really the one that is that you want to collaborate with for a very long term, for example. Maybe they might have values that don't really resonate with you anymore, right? They might be more focused on the physical reality stuff, and you might be somebody who is much more onto the spiritual side of things, right? Which there is no wrong with both, right? Both are valid and equal. But now is the thing when you have to decide, right? Even if I have to sacrifice maybe money, even if I have to sacrifice being disliked, maybe it's more than disliked, right? Maybe I have to sacrifice some of the things that I might be afraid of. You might question yourself, is this worth it? Is this worth it? Or do you want to consistently work with or collaborate with this person that just doesn't really resonate with you anymore? You know the answer, right? You might be holding on to something very tightly right now, pile number 3. I'm not trying to say that, I'm not trying to say that you have to give up on money and all sorts of stuff. But what I want to ask you this, pile number 3, is money, but is your mental health worth sacrificing over? If it's causing you a lot of pain and confusion over the long term? I know that this can be a very hard message for you to hear, and even for me to channel it, but I have to get it out here. No amount of, material stuff can compensate your mental health, can compensate your body. Our body kind of, if we don't take care of our body, right? Our body will have some sort of disease and illness to reflect back to us, to show that, hey, how have we been neglecting our body just for the sake of, receiving financial goods? Is that really worth the price if we are sacrificing our mental health? If we are already in a state where we just cannot tolerate such bullshit anymore. I feel like our body is in a state where we cannot tolerate anything that requires us to sacrifice ourselves. What is it that you are doing, pound number 3? What is it that you are sacrificing yourself for? Is it really worth the price? Maybe you are here telling me that, yeah, it's worth the price. I can have all of the money that I want, sure. Then maybe this reading is not going to be for you. Maybe, right? Maybe. Because if you're still sacrificing your health, what is that worth? What is it that worth living for, honestly? Your health is the most expensive thing on this entire planet. Can you imagine like an operation that you have? How much money is it going to cost? Is it really enough for the amount that you receive? Is it really more than the amount that you are going to have? Like I was reading some sort of article, I think in the past, where look at those like billionaires and millionaires, right? They have a lot of money. But I mean, if you look at technology right now, it's actually pretty, it's going to rise even more. What I'm saying is that, in the past and all of that stuff where maybe, I don't know, okay? I don't know if there really is a cure for cancer. If your body breaks, it's going to be very hard for you to recover again. That price, you equate to the amount of times where you sacrifice yourself. And I just really want to ask you, pound number 3, is it really worth that? Because the divine wants to show you another way. It wants to show you that you can live your life in another way, in a way where it's very different from other people, in a way where you get to fully dictate it. You get to have both of your abundance, right? Both of your abundance and both satisfied in both of your lives, abundance and emotional fulfillment. You can have both. Pentacles and cups, you can have both. Pound number 3, the universe wants you to take full control of your life. Not by in a way where what other people have told you, but you. What do you desire? What do you deserve? Right? And I understand that we are all living in a physical reality. We all need to pay our bills. We do. But surely, we cannot sacrifice ourselves. We cannot sacrifice our body and our health in order for us to receive what we need in the physical world. This can be very triggering and very challenging, even for me as well, right? And I totally get that. I totally understand. Because it's not an easy message to hear. Maybe you might say that, oh, you don't even have bills to pay. Of course you're going to say it easy. I have my own obligations and my responsibilities too. Everybody has their own challenges and lessons to learn. Right? But if you're here reading, but if you're here listening this, thinking that, you know, I have to sacrifice my body, I have to sacrifice my mental health, I have to sacrifice my health, you know, in order for me to work, in order for me to receive what I need in the physical reality. And I want to ask you this, is this really worth the price? I'm not going to give you the answer. I want to ask you, is this really worth the price? Maybe you might say that, oh, I can withstand it for the short term. Trust me, even if it's just short term, your body is going to reflect all of it back to you. It's gonna reflect all of the struggles, right? All of the times where you wanted to say no but you said yes, all of the times that you worked late, all of the times where you just didn't listen to your body and your intuition. Your body is going to reflect that back to you, right? And this is not to scare you and all by saying that, oh, you know, you are going to have some sort of illness. Like, no, I am not trying to scare you. All I'm trying to say here is that how much effort, how much patience, how much energy that you put into yourself is all going to come back up again. No matter how much you try to suppress, just like emotions, right? No matter how much we suppress, one day it's going to explode. It is going to explode. No one can hold it in for such a long time. How long can they hold it in? A few years? Right, Power 3? This is something that you're going to have to think carefully. And even for some of you, there might be some parts of yourself that you might be suppressing. Right? Maybe some form of identity. I was getting like hyper independence because the Three of Pentacles is here. Maybe some sort of weakness that you think you are, that you have to be the strong one, that you cannot be vulnerable, right? That you have a hard time with your emotional body, your emotional health, because of the shame that you feel within. And the divine is saying that no, you are allowed to express your emotions. You are allowed to feel, as long as you're not hurting other people with your emotions, right? You are allowed to feel. You are allowed to express your emotions in whatever way suits you, through art, through dance, through play, through coloring, through deep breaths. All of these help you, isn't it? The universe shows you love by really reflecting every ounce of your personality back to you. Even if there are aspects of you that you might hate. For example, you might struggle with emotions, right? And maybe you might connect with someone or meet somebody who is very, very well connected with their emotions, and you might feel very uncomfortable with that. And I want to ask you, is this something that I can learn from? Right? Maybe you yourself have been denying your emotions. That's why you feel so uncomfortable. Maybe you see somebody living their life in a very luxury way, and you might get jealous. Where's that jealousy coming from? Because it's coming from you suppressing yourself, because you are not realizing your own potential, because you are not allowing yourself to be who you really are. In a society that demands us to, suppress ourselves, to suppress parts of ourselves that society might deny. Emotions is one of them. Yes, it's true that society does need to create a safe space for a lot of us. But I'm sure you can find your own community through that. Right? Very common one is like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. You can find so many of your own community, I'm sure. by through understanding your interests and your passions, by through understanding who you really are, by understanding what are the beliefs and that have been conditioned onto me. Am I taught to be the person that holds everything? Am I taught to be the person that processes everything alone? You can't do things alone. You can't. Nobody can be independent all the time, hyper independent all the time. You want to strive for interdependence, not hyper independence. And it's hard for me to channel this because I struggle with that too. But that's the thing. The universe wants to show you love through your next cycle of your life, through your next destiny, that you are so much more loved and cherished than you are. You are so much more in tune with your instincts, and as well as with your own plan, your own destiny. Maybe you might not even realize it on the surface, but it's there waiting for you to uncover, right? Your community is waiting for you. Your soul tribe is waiting for you. But they can't find you if you're hiding yourself, if you're hiding parts of yourself, right? Either through fear of being seen, through fear of being misunderstood, any fears that you have. Can you allow those fears to exist, but at the same time, still go through what you need to go through? Allow that fear to exist, because that fear is not your enemy. It's here to protect you. But there are a lot of fears that we need to cross over. We need to cross over to the side of love, that, hey, I know that you exist, but I'm ready to move into love right now. I know that fear is just protecting me. But sometimes that protection can go very overwhelming, can become very overwhelming, because it is not helping you at all, right? The Four of Pentacles here, look at this person. I don't know. He just feels very miserable to me, even if he has everything on the surface, right? Even if he has all of this property, he has his land, he has his own material possessions. But it seems to me he's not really happy though. He's just holding things really tightly out of fear, out of losing it even more, out of control. But you cannot control everything, right? Yes, destiny is in your hands. Yes, you have the free will to create your destiny. But your destiny also, not only just with your free will, but with the universe as well. You are co-creating with spirit. You are co-creating with the universe what you want and need. And you cannot avoid challenges as well. You cannot avoid tough times. You cannot avoid lessons. Okay, pile 3. Really, how does the universe shows you love? Not only through, communities, through people that you're meant to connect, meant to attract, meant to be with, right? But also through understanding that you are very different. You are a very unconventional soul. You are not like other people as well. What I mean by you are not like other people is that maybe other people are still stuck in fear, right? Maybe they don't want to change, or they just want to stay stuck here, but you are not. You have a bigger plan and a bigger dreams and goals that you want to fulfill, isn't it? You know it yourself. You have so much more that you want and you desire in this lifetime. But you cannot achieve them if you keep hiding yourself, right? If you keep talking things out of yourself, saying that, I don't know if I can really achieve this. I'm not sure if I'm really that capable that I think I am. I'm not sure if other people are going to like me. Or what if I expose this part of myself and they are going to hate me? And now I'm going to ask you, is this a risk you're willing to take? There is a price to authenticity. And the price is, being disliked, being misunderstood by some people. And this is a price that you have to be okay with it, right? And this is something that you're going to have to ask yourself for. Is this something that you're willing to, right? The universe also shows you love by reflecting, like I mentioned, through people, through situations, through environments as well. Not only just the parts of you that are very different and unconventional, that are rebellious, right? But also the parts of you that you might shame, you might dismiss. We see all parts of ourselves in other people. The good, the bad, the in-between, everything. The light and the dark. Okay? And I want to let you know that pound number 3, you are in control of your life. But you cannot control every aspect and every little detail of your life. You cannot. But you are in control of the bigger things, for example, dreams, your goals, right? What do you want to achieve? What do you want to fulfill? Your boundaries, your self-expression, your authenticity, right? The Wheel of Fortune card in the reverse and the Knight of Cups came through together. So you don't have to perform, okay? You don't have to, because I want to leave a good impression, therefore, I'm people pleasing or I'm putting other people's needs in front of mine. You don't have to do that. You can stand fully in your power and allow people to be attracted to you. And you pick from there. You can. You always have the choice. And the universe is giving you the chance to choose, to pick. Do you choose love or do you choose fear? Okay? So yeah, that's the very first portion of this reading. Okay, so the next question is, how can you open up to the love the universe has for you? Okay, so we have a judgment card, which I'm gonna cover it up. Can I cover it up? It's the judgment card in the reverse. Okay. And we have nurture with friendship, family, cook, motherhood, feed your soul. Okay. This is very interesting. If you are drawn to pile number 2, do check it out as well. Okay, so how can you open up to the love the universe has for you? Engaging in activities that bring you pleasure. Engaging in activities that make you feel loved, right? That make you feel loved, that bring you love as well. With the judgment card, I'm getting like there is something that you're rejecting within, right? There is something that you've been rejecting, that you've been pouring outwards, that you might not even want to admit within yourself. This is why it can be kind of difficult for you right now, right, to open up to the love that the universe have, because you are kind of struggling this sense of giving yourself love, or even engaging in practices that might make you soothe yourself, that might make you comfort yourself, right? So how can you actually open up is to engage in activities that make you feel like you are alive. So how have you been devoted to yourself? How much love are you giving to yourself before you give back to other people, right? And even if you say that, oh, I'm all alone right now, I don't even have like a friend that is close to me, you can share with me in the comment section, right? Or you can meet people, like when you go and attend like different communities or attend different social groups I'm getting, right, to meet like-minded people. That is also possible online. There is a lot of online community for you to join, right? Or even finding a professional. If you tell me that, hey, I don't have enough, money and resources for me to find like a licensed therapist or a professional, you can always talk to spirit, right? You can always talk to spirit, because with the Archangel Gabriel card here, it's giving me some sort of yearning, some sort of awakening that is happening within you, and that you might feel really isolated and you might feel really alone right now, right? There is a lot of changes that is happening within and internally, and it's making you turn that love back to you, is to turn that sense of comfort and nurture. It's that sense of comfortness that you give to other people. It's time for you to give back to yourself. Talk to your spirit guides. Talk out loud right now. You might think that there's nobody hearing you, but there is a lot of maybe the whispers from the bird, the whispers from the trees as well, right? Once you engage, you sit in silence, you meditate, ask for your spirit guides to reveal signs and synchronicities to you. I'm very sure that your spirit guides are very happy to show you a sense of love that they have for you, even if you might feel very alone, very isolated right now. Pray to God, pray to whatever source that you believe in, right? Spirit really wants you to engage in activities that really make you feel like you deserve to be here. You deserve to engage with so many loving activities, so many loving energies that you want to have in this lifetime. And if you don't have other people to be with you, why not do that for yourself? Why not open up to yourself, right? Why not take yourself out on a date? If you can't even survive with spending time with you, how can you understand yourself, Power 3? Right? Spend time in nature as well. Look at this card. My eyes are drawn towards the Sun card. The Sun card. I mean, yeah, it could be the Sun card is significant in tarot, right? But it's just this light that is being shined here. Engage in nature. Nature can bring you so much more healing benefits that you might even recognize, isn't it? Right? Go to somewhere near your home where you can actually breathe some fresh air, feel your feet on the grass, touch the trees. Many people, a lot of us, right, we don't recognize the healing benefits of nature. We don't recognize that we need nature. It's not nature need us, we need nature. We need the earth. Otherwise, we'll be overly stimulated. Mother Nature is our best healing remedy. Right? And Spirit, how can you open up to the love the universe has for you? Is to have some sort of, I don't know, I'm getting internal guidance within yourself. Do you have a strong and a loud and clear inner guidance? Is it full of shame? Is it full of criticism? Or are you giving the love that it needs? Like, hey, I can see that you are having a lot of judgment on me, but I'm choosing love today. I want some loving messages to come through. I am worth it. I'm capable. I'm good enough. Give yourself that sense of love that you've been desiring and been craving for other people. And find out what it is that you've been rejecting within yourself. Maybe you might be avoiding this within. It could be some sort of awakening. It could be some sort of spiritual awakening that you're meant to be rising up right now, but you don't want to because of the fear that you feel within. And Archangel Gabriel is here to call you like, hey, you are right here at the right time. You are not behind. We are all moving on the same timing, even if our path seems very different, even if we might think that we are behind, but actually we are not. Give yourself this sense of comfort that you have always needed within. Not only just like sisterhood, motherhood, family, cook, feed your soul, friendship as well, but I don't know why I'm seeing as these two people as, even though they are very different people, but I'm just seeing some sort of like your light and your dark aspects, right? Your shadow and your light. Maybe there are some shadowy parts of yourself that you are rejecting, right? Maybe there are some lighter aspects of you that you've been rejecting as well. Maybe the divine wants you to share your love, share your light, share yourself and your gifts. But you might be rejecting that. Right? That could be one of them. Not only you turn to that love within, but turn to that love within. And once your cup is full, once your cup is overflowing, allow yourself to share. Share the gifts. Share your awakening experiences with someone, or share your awakening experiences with, people online. Maybe even your own platform. Maybe you might gain some sort of validation and respect and support that you've always needed, right? Maybe you might find your soul tribe through that. Right? But first, you need to pour into yourself first, right? Pour into yourself first before you start pouring out onto other people. You cannot give that love on an empty cup, pile number 3. This is what the divine wants to remind you. How can you open up to the love? Is to pour back into yourself. Recognize what you really desire, what you really need right now, right? What kind of love does my body need? How can I give love to my ego and my heart at the same time? And while feeling full and whole, that is when I can start to give to others. Not by giving from an empty cup. That is what you might be awakening from, right? You might be awakening like, hey, I've been pouring out onto others, and now it's time for me to give back to myself. I cannot have my sense of safety being so relied upon the other person. That's codependency. My sense of safety is being given to by myself. Right? Is to create an environment that makes you feel safe, makes you feel like, I can shed everything that I've been holding on to. I don't have to hold it all by myself, even if it's just between you and spirit. If you have another person, great. Is this person someone whom you can let down with, that you can be emotionally connected to with? If you don't have anybody, then maybe it's between you and spirit, and that's definitely okay. And also trust that the right kind of people, the right kind of sisterhood is going to come into your life as well. Okay, so how can you really open up to the love the divine has for you? It's number 1, by showing yourself grace, by showing yourself generosity, by accepting the changes that are happening within and not rejecting them because of the judgment card here, right? It's coming out maybe pretty strong for you. Maybe there's like a truth that you have to hear within yourself right now that is being clouded by your anxiety, that is being clouded by your ego right now, that you are going to have to slowly but surely comfort yourself like a little child. You have to comfort yourself and treat yourself like a little baby in order for things to reveal itself to you. You cannot expect you to be like, oh, reveal this to me. You cannot do this in a very harsh tone. Right? You have to treat yourself like you would to a little baby. To a baby that's just born. Right? Even to your best friend. Would you treat your best friend in a way where you're shouting and screaming at them and treating them harshly and aggressively? No. Accepting the changes that are happening within you, not rejecting them, not resisting them. Allowing it to come through. If it's like buried shame, buried guilt, buried emotions, right? Do it slowly but surely. Not in a way where you are rushing yourself, right? No. But in a way where it takes like small daily steps, but it's consistent. It's not something that happens very quickly and instantly. No, you are going to drain yourself out of it. You do not treat your body in a harsh way. You do not. How else can our body protect us and give us wisdom? It's through a sense of nurturance. It's through a sense of safety. How can we create the environment within ourselves? Right? Okay, so how can you open up to the love the universe has for you? Is to really pour all of the energy back within you. Right? And I'm also getting another message. If you are somebody that has been pouring into yourself, right? Maybe you're somebody that has been pouring into yourself for a very, very long time, right? And you feel the urge to pour back into other people. You feel the urge to share your light and to share your gifts with the world. Do that. Okay? You might be the one that, like I mentioned, you might resonate with one or the other, or maybe both, right? Or maybe you do need a balance between. Like you do need a balance between how you give love to yourself and how you give love to others. Maybe there needs like a sense of boundary here that you need to cultivate within. Ultimately, you need a balance. If you have been pouring, a lot on others, pour back into yourself. If you have been pouring a lot to yourself, your cup is overflowing with a lot of love and you feel the urge to share it with others. Find your sense of balance. Okay, and understand that the world is changing. The world is evolving. The world is making us recognize that we cannot live in a hustle culture. We cannot be consistently churning and churning and churning without actually listening to our intuition, without actually slowing down. We need to slow down. We need to care for ourselves. Therefore, care for others and care for the world. There is no other way to do this. Because the love that you have always, the love that the universe has for you, it is something that comes from internally. It is something that you have to be full within before you provide, before you give. Otherwise, you're just running an empty cup. And you will end up resenting yourself and resenting the world. No. You are here to I'm also getting another message. You are also here to open up to the healing gifts of nature, of Mother Earth. You are here to see that there is more to life than what it is. That I'm not here to just work and work and work. I'm here to work and play at the same time. And that I'm here to work and recognize that, okay, I am my own destiny. I am my own creator of my own destiny. And that to recognize that I am one with nature. The nature can live without us, but we cannot live without nature. Otherwise, how burnt out we will be. Is to recognize that yes, you are the creator of your own destiny, but you are not necessarily in full control of it. What I mean by full control of it is that you cannot control how things are going to go well for you. You cannot control others. You cannot control the timing of your life. All you can do is to control you and yourself and the kind of things that fulfills you, that you want to put in the effort with. The rest, leave it up to the universe. And you are recognizing that with the judgment card and the nurture card here, you are recognizing that the unseen world is very closer to us than we even recognized. It's time for us to have faith in the unseen, have faith in the universe. and to not to try to micromanage them through our own fears, through our own ego, through our own control, right? This is how you can open up to the love the universe has for you, because if you deny it, it's very hard for you to see it. Even if we are sort of logical to a sense, but we cannot ignore there is a higher force, there is a higher power that looks after us, that takes care of us, that is in full control, right? The universe looks after all of us, every human being on this planet. You included, Pile 3, you included. It's time for you to have faith. Okay? It's time for you to believe that the way we used to do things in the past, the way we used to focus so much on the material, which there is nothing wrong with that. And it's time for us to focus within. It's time for us to prioritize what is actually the most important thing for us. What is it that nourishes our soul? Right? Is it emotional connection? Right? Is it by sleeping early? Is it by silence? Is it by just listening to the whispers of nature? Is it by looking up to the sky? Is it by connecting with the moon? That is what nourishes our body, our soul. And this is not to deny physical reality. This is not to deny material resources. Material resources can help us. It can add value to our life, but it should not be the one that is the very main priority of our lives. And what I mean by main priority, it should not be the one that you have to sacrifice your mental health and your body for. It's time that we live a different life, Pile 3. Live a different life how? Start to get connected with your own senses, your own intuition, your own internal compass within. Right? Start guiding yourself through self-reflection, through understanding the kind of love that you want to receive as well. Right? That true connection, true, real, authentic connection doesn't ask you to sacrifice yourself. Doesn't need you to polish yourself or unpolish yourself. It's to be who you really are. Not to dim yourself, not to shrink yourself, but also not to polish yourself to a point where you are just you're like a robot, where you have to act, where you have to be perfect, basically. And perfection it doesn't really exist. Even if it does exist, it's according to your own standards, isn't it? Okay, so I know that this can be quite all over the place, but I really hope that this is going to resonate with how can you open up to the love the universe has for you, because it's going to be very different for everybody, and I hope that you can take some of it from this part of the reading. Okay, so yeah, cool. Anyways, we have what are you ready to release to receive the love that the universe has for you? Okay. We have destined, meant to be, have faith, believe. Oh, I love this so much. We have the Chariot. So I want to say again, if you are drawn to pile number 2, please give it a read. And both the Judgment and the Chariot card came up for pile number 2, but in different... Like, the Chariot came through for how can you open up to the love for pile 2, and the Judgment came through for pile number 2, which is what are you ready to release. But in this pile, it's different, right? So it's just very interesting when I got this card. Okay. Anyways, let me take a sip of water. Okay, what are you ready to release to receive the love that the universe has for you? Destined, meant to be, have faith, believe. The beliefs of your dreams and goals. The belief that you can create your own destiny. You have free will to create what you need, to create what you desire, and to align and to allow the universe to align external circumstances to fit in with what you need and what you desire. You are ready to release the need to micromanage the universe, to micromanage everything that you want. Yes, you can be very specific with what you want, but you cannot be too specific to a point where you're just focusing on every detail. Like, I need this to come at this time. I need this, for example, let's say you're manifesting a romantic relationship. I need this specific person to come this at this time, to be this. That might be some sort of, that might be a little bit of differences from what you manifest. But ultimately, this is what you've always desired and what you've always craved. Is to release your limitations of wanting to control everything and to believe that whatever is put in your mind, whatever you've always feel so drawn to and immensely passionate about, you are destined to create this. You are destined to be what you have always desired. Even you yourself as well, even you as a person, right? Not to shrink yourself. For example, you are a very sensitive person and you might shrink yourself to be somebody that is not sensitive. No, your core is a very sensitive being. How can you acknowledge that and allow it to bring to life where you are channeling that sensitive energy in a way that might be helpful to you and other people and to the world at large? Yes, sensitivity can be a huge curse at times, right? This is not to deny that. But sensitivity, right, is what makes us so perceptive to the energetic worlds. Because if we're not sensitive, how can we attune to the love the universe has for us? Right, I'm actually thinking about the crystal mandala card, which is the sensitivity. I think it's the heart and the Lady Nada card. Right. If you're not sensitive, how can you perceive the energetic worlds? How can you listen to your intuition? How can you be more in tune with your own instincts if you're not sensitive? Right? And destined, meant to be, have faith, but it's just very interesting. I want to repeat that message from the judgment card that I got, which is having faith in a higher power. Having faith that there is something greater than us that is more intelligent, that has a lot of wisdom, that is guiding us. That is guiding us towards a new life, a new order that is meant to be established right now into our life. It's to believe that whatever that you have been rejected, whatever you have been challenged by, whatever that makes you feel so dejected and so rejected and disappointed, that is always a divine protection. I want to take myself as an example. I don't really believe in that, like at some point in my life, but now that I'm into spirituality, I believe that every rejection, every no is a form of spiritual protection that we might not even recognize, or that maybe even years down the road we look back at it, we don't even see the protection that the universe has for us. Right? You are ready to release any limitations that tells you to sacrifice. So I keep getting this sacrifice, because pile number 3, there is something that you are sacrificing. Either is it yourself, your needs, your an aspect of you, right? Or it could be something that is in the physical reality, right? I want to put this out here. Anything that requires you to sacrifice your body and your mental health, is this really worth the price? Ask yourself that. Is this really worth the price? Because this is a limiting belief that has been keeping you stuck even. You might think that I have to grind, I have to, work so hard in order to get what I want, in order to get what I need. But what if I tell you that there's always another way? Look at this person, he's kind of, he's relaxing. He's literally not doing anything. He's just, either resting, sleeping, or just watching the view. And look at him. He doesn't really have to do anything in order for him to earn the view, right? Is there something in your limiting belief that you think that I have to perform, I have to earn? Do you feel like you have to earn love? Do you feel like you have to earn destiny? Because your destiny is already yours. What is meant for you is already written up on the stars. All you need to do is to work towards it. All you need to do is to go for it, to move it. With the Chariot card, they are bright. Success is already yours, right? Success can mean very different things. Maybe it's not even perceivable right now in your physical reality, but that doesn't mean that it's not for you. Just because you don't see instant gratification, it doesn't mean it's not for you. Just because you don't really see it in the physical reality, just because your logical mind convinces you that, oh, it's not here yet, that means it's not mine. That is so not true. There are so many things in this world that we cannot perceive. But that doesn't mean that it's not true, isn't it? Just like our crystals. Right? Just because we don't see anything useful about the crystal, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have any energy. It doesn't mean that it can't, it doesn't mean that it's not, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have its sense of own consciousness. Can consciousness be bought by money? No. It's something that you learned by yourself. You learned and you experienced it. What do you feel like you have to prove? What do you feel like you have to perform for? What do you feel like that you need to sacrifice for? Isn't it? Your destiny is already yours. Like I mentioned, whatever you feel so immensely drawn to and passionate about, you can be sure that that is your right to take action on it. That is your right to go for it. The universe wants to show you, wants to let you know that, hey, I am deserving of this. You are deserving of everything that you have made a wish list for, everything that you have dreamed of. But you can't if you just stay stuck here. If you are hiding yourself out of fear, right? And your fear is not going to go away, right? Ignore people that tell you that your fear is going to go away. Your fears are not going to go away. Your fear will exist with you. But the thing is, how can you use your fear? How can you coexist with your fear while still allowing yourself to take a step out and not allowing your fear to control you? Okay? Don't listen to people that tell you that fear doesn't exist or, you can eliminate fear. I don't really believe in that story, I believe that fear exists because if fear disappears, how scary that would be. Let's say we are going to get hit by a car. Our fear would allow us to move as quickly as possible. Your fear can coexist with love, which is transforming your fears like, hey, I can see that I'm feeling very anxious right now, okay? I can see that I'm overthinking right now, but can I use this overthinking as a way that, okay, I'm going to go for it, I'm going to do it. Or you can allow your spirit guides to take away your fears. And what I mean by take away your fears is that kind of shutting your mind or like quieting your mind, where your fear is not running around your head all day long. But that fear still exists with you, isn't it? That fear still exists. It's just maybe for that moment, Spirit might help to take away it for a moment, right? I don't know, okay? But I personally believe that fear exists. You cannot eliminate fear. Yes, you can take away fear for a part of a time, but there is going to be a new fear that is going to come out. There is going to be a new fear that is going to exist. Nobody doesn't exist without any fear, okay? So, yeah, what are you really ready to release? You're ready to release the mindset, all right? Thinking that you have to do everything alone, right? Or believing that you have to earn, you have to prove, or you have to work so hard in order to gain what you need. What if life can be softer? What if life doesn't have to be you overextending, you overcompensating, you sacrificing yourself? Imagine a life full of flow, full of grace, flowing to you, right? Imagine you can relax. Imagine that you don't have to grind. Imagine you can enjoy the view while still working hard. How perfect that would be. And that can be your life, right? If you want to, of course. The decision's up to you. Is to really believe in a higher power. Believe that your success is already yours. Believing that the universe can co-create with you. You can say what you need, and the universe can prepare all of the things behind the scenes. Ultimately, you're going to have to be the one that works hard, right? You have to be the one that takes the action. You have to be the one that creates and builds. But the universe can plan things behind the scenes and allow you to chase after the goals that you need. For example, you want a safe space, you want a safe environment. Sure, the universe can prepare you for that. Right? Maybe you want a safe space where you can create. Sure, the universe can prepare you, can give you that. Right? So these are the limiting beliefs that you are ready to release. You are ready to receive so much more than you think you are right now. Okay? You are ready to understand that Mother Nature, Mother Gaia, she watches over us. She looks after us. We are all her child. We are all a part of nature. Where we come from, we'll go back to when we die. What you have always desired, believe and you can see it. And just because you don't see it, it doesn't mean you don't believe it. Okay? So I just want to tell you, the universe wants to tell you that the logic is not. You don't have to be so logical and rational to the point that you lose your faith. You lose your faith in, whichever you believe in God, in anything, right? In unconditionally loving forces. You don't have to lose that trust, that belief that dreams do come true. That the kind of love that I want, the kind of love that I've always desired, it will come true. It is always meant to be for you. Otherwise, why will it even come across your mind? Why will it even, cross your mind? Yeah. If it doesn't come true, it will not even appear within your radar. The reason why it appeared, the reason why you see it, it's because it is meant to be achieved. Believe in the dreams that is being placed in your heart. That is meant for you. That is destined for you. All you need to do is to take action on it, right? To be very connected to a higher source of power, to have faith, to believe it. Not only believing in yourself, but believing in the divine and the universe, right? I can relax. I can have fun while still pursuing, my goals and my dreams. I can enjoy, a very beautiful view while still doing my work. I can still be healed by Mother Gaia and Mother Nature. While still feeling anxious at the same time. It's by allowing, you to ground yourself in your body and to ground into nature and recognizing that we are all one. No one is far better or far worse than others. We are all one, and she loves us all. And it's time for us to reconnect with nature. Understand the importance of, timings, the divine timing, of course. Understand the importance of the gifts that nature will bring to us. We are not going to be in control of nature. No, never. Mother Nature, we can have something to learn from nature herself, from Mother Gaia herself. And to recognize that we need to all come back within. We all need to come back to our own source of wisdom, our body, right? Nature. Just like the card that you picked, isn't it? Right? Nature is your friend. Be one with nature and find yourself becoming at peace. Exactly. This is what this card is talking about. We are all one with nature. It's important for us to have respect and reverence, and not to destroy her planet, not to destroy her trees, not to destroy the mountains, right? The reason why we as humans can climb the mountain is because mountains allow us to. She allows us to. If she doesn't allow us to, we will be dead, right? One slip and we will fall and we will be dead already. It's because she allows us to, isn't it? So it's very important for us to connect with the higher power and higher intelligence right? Of God, of spirit, of the universe, whatever it is. So that we can start being more alive. We can start having respect and reverence for all things. Everything is energy. Everything is consciousness. Even if they don't move, even if they don't speak, that doesn't mean that, they don't have their own consciousness. They do. And that is the beautiful thing about life. If we shower it with love and compassion, it will give that back to us, because we are made of love and compassion. Nature is our greatest teacher. Look more to that. Look at how you feel, when you are looking up at the sky, connecting with the moon, looking up at the sun, right? Hearing the raindrops, hearing the sounds of birds even. I don't know if you can hear that, but yeah, it's a confirmation of birds. and crows. They are literally right here. I will take that as a confirmation. Thank you so much, Spirit. Oh my God, thank you so much, Spirit. I don't know if you can hear that, but yeah, they are all connected to us. And it's time for us to ground ourselves, connect to nature, please. Okay. Okay, so I know I talked a lot about nature, but I think nature is very important and specific for this particular group. It could be that you are an archangel, right? You are very connected to Mother Gaia, or she supports you in your financial well-being, in your financial abundance. She helps to soothe you whenever you are, in a forest, in a park. She helps you. She helps you to, ground yourself. She provides you with a lot of positivity. She provides you with a lot of nurturance even. She is our divine mother. And it's time for us to respect that. All right. So, finally, we'll be looking at the Keepers of the Light Oracle to see which gods, goddesses, archangels, ascended masters have any final messages for you. I took 2 cards for Pile 1 and Pile 2, so I'm going to take 2 cards as well for this group. I want to see spirit that loves Pile number 3 unconditionally. What final message do you have for pile number 3? What final message do you have, for pile number 3? What final message do you have for pile number 3? Spirit that loves pile number 3 unconditionally. Okay, we have Melchizedek. Let's take one more. I'm actually thinking about the Mother Gaia card. So yeah, Mother Gaia could be very significant for you. We have hope with love and acceptance. Really, you might be drawn to the other 2 piles. Okay, you might be. It came through. So yeah, we have Melchizedek. Higher learning. You have learned from experience. More inner study is now required to further progress, and we have hope with love and acceptance. Love is yours. Recognize your divine worth. Choose loving thoughts as always. Yes. You deserve as much love as you give to other people. Okay? You deserve as much grace and as much as you give freely to others. Okay? Recognize that, yes, as humanity as whole, we are all connected to a greater source of power, and it's time for us to reclaim that. It's time for us to guide us back towards the importance of having faith and in believing that there is a super fucking highly intelligent energy that is always looking after us, okay? So we'll look at Melchizedek. Okay. Melchizedek is a high priest who is mentioned in the Bible's book of Genesis and many other sources too. He is here to assist the earth through the ascension process. Exactly, I was getting that energy, which is like the earth is progressing, the earth is moving. The earth is ascending to a higher states of consciousness, to higher wisdom, to bring us all, to elevate our consciousness to love, right? Which is basically moving everyone and everything back to a state of love and harmony. What did I just say? I didn't read the guide, even though I read this guide book for a lot of the times, but I always forget the meanings. I always forget what I read. So yeah, we are all meant to elevate together as a whole to love and compassion, right? He appears with bright light around him and a long white beard to match his ancient high priest ways, and is said to have his own order of light-filled priests who are able to help spiritual people develop their gifts and qualities. You might be one of those, right? You might be one of the chosen ones that are here to help elevate higher consciousness, elevate humanity as a whole to a higher spiritual awareness, to a higher states of consciousness and wisdom. As he works on a high energetic level, we can connect with him through sacred geometry and by focusing on ancient star-shaped symbols. You have learned so much to this point and are learning more every day. You are recognizing all of the great lessons your experiences and challenges have brought to you and are preparing for a transition or inner ascension where you will move beyond another level of fear into the inner ascension of your heart and soul. Exactly, what did I just say? Yeah. You are moving from fear into love. You are learning to coexist with fear with you. Because like I said, fear exists within all of us. Is to, despite having the fear, are we still allowing ourselves to move into a state of love, or are we allowing fear to control us? The decision is yours. Become aware of patterns, ancient symbols, and signs being sent to you from the universe. There's a sense that you are now able to focus in a new way and offer greater light to the world. Melchizedek and his order are with you now, leading you towards spiritual wisdom. Meditate and connect with their light. Yes. Let's look at hope with love and acceptance. Okay. Hope is an angel who is dedicated to promoting the idea that we on earth are loved, cherished, and supported by the kingdom of heaven. She's all about helping us see the light beyond whatever darkness we are in, traveling as part of a holy trinity, faith, hope, and charity. She helps us recognize that hope isn't about wishing for something good to happen or help to arrive, but trusting that support is already present. Hope is the twin flame of Archangel Gabriel. The Judgment card. Yes, the Judgment card. Thank you for the confirmation, Spirit. But yeah, Archangel Gabriel came through, and hope as well. Okay. She has a gentle presence, but she's absolutely glorious. She sings sweet harmonies to us, and these songs are waves of love washing away anything that stands between us and self-acceptance. Angels are gathering around you in celebration that you are finally willing to see how loving and lovable you are. Hope is here with a legion of love angels, guiding you to see that you deserve loving relationships, loving experiences, and loving acceptance from the world around you. Yes, you deserve. You deserve to feel loved. You deserve to have love surrounding you. Right? All kinds of love. You deserved it. You deserve to see love. You deserve to feel love. You are loved. Okay? It seems that you are really moving beyond the limitations that you once had in this department, but know that whenever you do question your worth, you can call on hope to shine her golden light upon you. Your angels want you to know that they love and cherish you. They are grateful that you're giving yourself the same support. Exactly. I hope that you know that you are deeply loved and cherished, okay, by so many spiritual guides. Like I said, if you feel that you're alone, right? If you feel that you don't have any friends, right? If you feel that you cannot afford a professional therapist, right? Call on your spirit guides and angels. They are always here with you. I'm sure they are more than happy. They are more than willing to help you. They love us all, okay? Angels, ancestors, any unconditionally loving beings, they love us all, okay? They would love to assist you and help you on any level. If you want more money, ask the universe, to provide for you. Right? To show you signs and synchronicities, to show you where can you actually earn financial abundance, where can you gain more, not in a way where you're sacrificing yourself. Please don't sacrifice yourself. Okay, pile 3. So that is all that I have for you today. Pile number 3, I really hope that these messages resonate, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for allowing me to read for you. Just thank you so much for allowing me to be myself, even if my English is not really that great, right? Even if I'm all over the place at times, and even if I might just feel kind of insecure within myself as well. Thank you so much for allowing me to be me. Thank you so much for allowing me to be imperfect. And as long as you understand, my broken English doesn't really matter. So I hope that I can improve, of course. And thank you so much to your spirit guides for allowing me to read for you, and thank you so much for allowing thank you so much to the universe and your unconditional loving spirit guides and my spirit guides to allow me to read for you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You can like, subscribe, and comment if you want to. Of course, only loving energies will be allowed here in my comment section, and as well as if you're interested, you can check out my blog at heightspamela.substack.com, and if you are interested as well, you can check out my podcast at Spotify and Apple Podcasts, which is Life by Pam Podcast, right? You can check it out if you want to. And thank you so much, pile number 3, and I'll see you guys in my next reading. Thank you so much, pile 3. Bye.